Good morning, everybody, and let's go live. It looks like Steve is talking in front of the courthouse.
Thanks for being here, everybody. Hope you're having a good morning. Maybe we can find some audio of that, Chris, if it's somewhere.
AP is on this.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find some audio.
Hi, Margot. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here, especially after staying up late with us last night. We appreciate it.
Man, what a busy morning. What do you think, Karen?
Yes. Wow. Of course. Everybody's wondering if obviously there's family members there, victims' families, who's showing up, who is going to be speaking to the media. Obviously, we all want to know what they're thinking, what statements they're going to make. We know that the Goncalves family is extremely upset that Bryan Kohberger is going to be allowed to take a plea deal.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, let's listen.
And Heron.
Would you like to say something to them?
Where are you going? You're not staying in? Steve,
Guys, move.
would you be willing to come on the air?
There was a report earlier that he was going to be out in front of the courthouse and that he was going to basically give a statement of protest about the plea deal. So,
do we have any more information on the family's social media site, their Facebook page, if they've maybe
that's where it was basically put up, and also on Twitter. So looks like he's walking away from the courthouse right now.
It does.
I don't know if he wants to be in there, but this is the AP feed. Looks like it's a little dizzy here.
Yeah, and so for this particular hearing this morning, the Ada County Court is going to allow one camera, and that's the AP, Associated Press, is going to be in there taking photos. We will have the live stream that the court provides, and we will be following that. We still have about 40 minutes, maybe about 38 minutes before the hearing is supposed to begin. Of course, you guys can see a throng of media outside the courthouse. They're waiting to see who's coming in. They're clamoring to get statements, obviously. We just saw Steve Goncalves outside. Looks like he was walking in the other direction. Chris, I'm curious if his wife, Christy, is there. These are the parents of Kaylee Goncalves, one of the 4 victims, murdered victims. I'm curious if the family's attorney is with them, Shannon Gray, who's been with them since day one on this. And I'm just reading a couple of comments in chat.
I haven't seen her yet, but can you imagine? I mean, just it, as Mrs. O says here, the emotion that's going on here. Hang on for a minute. Gary's calling me. Let me grab that.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Dr. Brucato. If you guys were with us last night for our program, Chris is having a conversation with Dr. Brucato this morning. I swear, Gary does not sleep. Gary does not sleep.
Go.
Here you guys have it, live conversation. Chris is on the phone with Dr. Brucato. We could listen in, see what those guys are saying.
Come on and talk to Catherine and Ann with me at 7 o'clock.
No way. Don't play it.
She's doing a interview with Ann and Joel at 7 o'clock.
So Ann, Joel, and Ramsland at 7 o'clock tonight.
Chris.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, you're not muted.
I also heard she went to the New York Times.
Hang on.
I don't know if he knows he's muted or not. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. Oh man, it's wild, it's crazy. So, hey, if you're just joining us, tuning in, we've got about 35 minutes before the hearing is set to begin for Bryan Kohberger's change of plea hearing. We just saw Steve Goncalves outside of the courthouse. He was surrounded by all the throngs of media that's there. I understand he's making some statements. I saw in chat a couple of you are seeing it. I don't have the ability to change my screen and watch other coverage. Chris does at his side. So when he jumps back in here, we'll see. We'll monitor and see what else is going on. So anyway, I'm curious what you guys are feeling. I'm kind of anxious for this. You know, I don't know how you guys feel. I got this like pit in my stomach for the families. Of course, the Goncalves family is dead set against this plea deal for Kohberger. They want the trial to go on. They wanted the death penalty. So it's, you know, it's crazy. We expect Kohberger will very briefly answer to the 4 murder charges. Yeah, Deborah Miller. Yes, I'm anxious too, definitely. We don't expect that he's going to be talking or making statements. We don't anticipate any admission of guilt. And we do anticipate that Judge Hippler will schedule a sentencing hearing. And that is where we understand the victims' families will get a chance to make their statements. They're called victim impact statements at that point. So we're gonna have to see. Of course, we've got our eye outside the Ada County Courthouse right now in Boise, Idaho. So, Jazz, I see your question. Let me go back to that. So Jazz is asking, can the judge refuse the plea deal? The answer is yes, but people are saying that they don't anticipate that he is going to do that at this point. Despite pleas from the Goncalves family, ever since this news hit, that they want Judge Hippler to not accept it. But again, we're not going to know for sure, but a lot of experts and legal experts watching this, they don't expect that Hippler would reject it. So let's put up a couple of your comments. Hey, Sugar, I feel bad for his parents because they have to be feeling sad and emotional as well. I can't imagine being in any of the parents' shoes. Yes, that's always the other side to that. I mean, that's a great point. There's a lot of victims here. There's a lot of victims. You know, I always think about the surviving roommates, Bethany and Dylan. You know, I worry about their emotional healing from this, if you ever can. You know, I mean, there's just so many aspects to this. So let's get some of your comments up here. Jessica, imagine fighting so hard for justice and this guy gets to pick his sentence. It does feel that way. It does definitely feel that way. I have a knot in the middle of my stomach. I'm very disappointed for the parents. Yeah, I know. I mean, you can't kind of get past that. It's so emotional. And man, and I know the other side of this is, look, if this plea deal goes through and he doesn't get the death penalty and he spends the rest of his life in prison behind bars, so, that's a sentence too. But I don't know. I go back and forth. Like, yeah, that's a horrible way to live. But he has his life and the victims don't. And then I heard this the other day as well. I think this is another interesting point. I want to hear what you guys have to think. Okay, so we're told this guy's going to get 4 life sentences, life without the possibility of parole. Well, I think we can look to the Menendez case and say, does that always occur, right? With the Menendez brothers, there was this whole, movement, some members of his family and probably others that said, well, the boys did it. They were young. They've served their time, 35 years in prison. Let's get them out. And, 6-8 months ago, that's what we were seeing. Remember, their attorney, Mark Garagos, was all over the media. And he said, yep, the boys, obviously, who are now men, probably over the age of 50, they're going to be out by Thanksgiving. And that was due to Gascon, the district attorney in LA, who pushed it. Well, as we know, Gascon lost the election. The new LA County district attorney came in and put the kibosh on that. So, yes, I totally see that life without the possibility of parole, would put him away for life. But then you have to wonder, if the climate changes and in terms of, a groundswell, 10, 20, 30 years from now, could they get out? Right? I mean, obviously, with the death penalty, people are sitting on death row for decades through appeals and stuff. But I don't know. I'm on this one. I'm so split down the middle. No, I get that Menendez is a very different case, but the only similarity I'm drawing and the only point I'm making on this is people can say the crimes were committed when they were young, in their 20s, same with Kohberger. I'm saying if he does 35 years behind bars, could there be a possibility for people to say, well, let's go back and, he served his time, let's get him out. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying it's an interesting point to consider because, as I say, the climate changes. The climate can change. It can in the criminal justice system. We've seen it, we've seen it. Are you back with us, Chris?
I am back. Gary is tied up
Okay.
with patients. He saw the interview with Doc Ramsden, who, by the way, is a member of our foundation, and he didn't understand why some of the things that were said. And I concur. I mean, I looked at that and I was like, there's been so much she's kept her mouth shut, etc. But at the same time, how do you not see what's in front of you as an expert?
Yeah, let's just talk about that for a minute because we have some time. If you guys are just joining us, we still have about 25, 26 minutes before the court hearing is supposed to begin. And we're just talking about Dr. Catherine Ramsden. She was the professor,
You guys
one
were
of the
just talking about it?
professors. No. I'm just saying,
Oh.
since you've jumped back in and you were talking about Gary,
Oh.
that I'm just telling people that she was one of Kohberger's professors at DeSale University.
Yeah.
And seemed to have had some kind of friendship. She knew him. they had conversations, whether in class or in her office, whatever. And for the last 2.5 years, she never spoke publicly about the case. So I
Well,
just think it's
she's the
interesting
one that wrote the
is now
recommendation for his PhD program. I don't know if people know that.
at Washington State. No, that's a really valid point. Very valid point.
And, now all this is done. And anyway, I'm going to stay out of it because I sit on the board of directors, as you know that, with the foundation, and we'll just let it take its course. But you can't leverage your positioning for self-gain. That's not what we do in the foundation. So we'll see what's going to happen. But, that said, Gary has always been 1,000% straight shooter. Greg Cooper, that's why you saw them on Dateline. They have a lot of integrity and straight up. You know me like a book. You folks know me. I'm the same way, with just tell it the way it is. But at the same time, I've not written any books. I don't intend to.
Yeah, we don't plan on it.
Yeah. One, I don't have the
Okay.
time. And two, I have no desire to. What I say about the families, what I say about Bryan Kohberger, I say right here on this channel. There's no need to write it down and then profit in the long run. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So we'll just let it take its course and we'll see what happens. But
Yeah. So
did Steve come back, hon?
no, he didn't. Can you please check and see any other news feeds going on that maybe has any statement or could hear what he did say to that when he was surrounded by reporters just about 10-15 minutes ago outside the courtroom? Let's check for that. Let's
Sure.
also check and see if the family's Facebook page has been updated with anything.
Yeah.
I wish I could see a feed on my end here. I really can't. It's more on your end.
What they're covering on most of the channels is P. Diddy.
Oh, okay.
So everybody's live on P. Diddy.
So what is the verdict? What did the jury reach? Let's talk about that for just a minute.
Two counts of not guilty, 2 counts of guilty, but the lesser offenses. So
Wow.
he's still looking at significant time. I mean, he could look at over 10 years in prison, but the major one, which would have been life in prison, he walked.
Sure. And let me just say right now, if you guys are just joining us, the live stream of the hearing is being controlled by the court, Ada County Court. It's scheduled to start at 10. So what we're seeing is the pool camera from AP, Associated Press, outside of the courtroom. So when people are asking questions. So, yeah, and I'm saying let's say top of the hour. It's scheduled for 1 p.m. East Coast time, Eastern time, 10 a.m. Pacific time, and do the math for the rest of the country. Noon Central, 11 a.m. Mountain time. That's when it's going to start. And again, we'll be tapping into the court's live stream video that they're providing. And they are not allowing any other video cameras in the courtroom, to my knowledge. Associated Press will be in there taking still photos, we are told.
Yeah, and if this is Eagles and Stars and Stripes, thank you so much for this. And just as I predicted last night, if this is the case, that Bryan is going to hold it, here's what I think is going to happen. He's going to see himself as this really important, special, psychotic individual behind the glass. And the individual, people will come running, the academics will come running. There's one thing to, here's the difference between investigators and academics. When an investigator shows up at a crime scene, sees all the dead things, we actually have to catch the person that did all the dead things. An academic gets to sit them in a room behind a piece of glass and pretend they're experts by talking to them after they've already been captured. So we have to go hunt the animals down, and then they get to be put into a zoo where somebody feeds them and pretends they know more than anybody else on the earth about why the leopard is the leopard. The one thing about law enforcement and investigators is you have to figure out, is it a tiger? Is it a lion? Is it a cougar? Is it, whatever? And then you have to figure out how to catch this animal. And to me, that is much different than, anything else out there. And that's why when we talk about, Vernon Gabert, when he's been on my show here, and we're going to have him on again, the guy wrote the book about these types of things. And sometimes it's just really frustrating to see the academics step up.
Well, and Chris, you make a great point, because the only way academics could speak with these monsters behind bars is investigators like you who have the savvy skill to be able to interview them. It's not just enough to arrest these guys. There is such a fine-tuned skill. You've had it, you've sharpened it over the years. You're able to get confessions, you're able to get them to make the statements that law enforcement or that the criminal justice system can use to prosecute them, to keep them behind bars or put them on death row. That not everybody can do that. People don't understand. Just because you go to the police academy, you spend 20 years in patrol or do a career, does not mean that you have the skill to be able to work homicide. It's such a honed, very specific set of skill set to have. And you're right, because it's like, that's the first hurdle to get these guys behind bars, to be able to do an investigation, lay the groundwork, hand it to the DA, have the district attorney's office or the state successfully prosecute, and then the person's locked up. I mean, there's so many steps that have to happen long before they're sitting, rotting in jail or prison, before the academics can come in and talk.
Well, and what's interesting, and I appreciate you saying that, hon, but what's interesting, and let me give an example without putting the sound on of what I mean by the principle that I'm talking about here. This is obviously just one of many cases. I worked over 300 murders in my career, over 500 death investigations. The other 200 were like, natural / the other essay, not, you know what I mean, taking your own place, your own life. I have to be careful with YouTube. But this is Brandon Wilson. This guy, I put this guy on death row. He's one of many that I have put into the system. What drives me crazy sometimes is now that they're in the system, everybody comes in and they go, oh, well, I worked this guy or I interviewed this guy. No, you didn't. I interviewed this guy. And here's his interview.
I stabbed him one last time. Here, in the back. And somebody stand up. Go ahead. Please. I stand up. Well, he's there, and I'm like, and when I've been thinking about this, I was thinking I wanted to take something from him, that I wanted to drink his blood or something, but I don't really think about doing it with this one.
So you wanted something from him, okay? So how many times did you stab him in where did you stab him?
In the back,
Yeah, where?
just once.
Okay, where though?
Right, like right here.
Okay,
Okay, it's just,
let me see where. Okay, and around there. Okay.
and it's just,
You see, what's interesting about this, and where I think we get it mixed up sometimes, is I'm responsible for putting these people into the cage and getting them to tell us why they're in the cage. And let me take you to what this guy did. And at this point, I'm the professor.
I'm here.
He's going to
Tom, why don't you move over
demonstrate
there for a second.
how he kills human
Brandon, come on over
beings.
here and show me. Okay, now
This is what Bryan Kohberger is like. Now, he's a different personality, but he's like this guy. He's like this guy.
be gentle with me now, okay? Okay, I'm the kid. What am I doing?
you're pissed.
Okay, I'm taking a leak.
Yeah.
Okay, and what do you do now? Show me.
Okay, I walk around you so when you look.
Okay, I look over like this.
And you say that, but I kind of smile and I nod.
Okay.
I smile and I nod. You know me.
Okay.
I'm going to kill you.
Does he look back?
Yeah, then he looks back.
Okay, then what happens?
I stop. I take out my knife.
Okay. I noticed you pulled out your knife like that. Is that where you had it?
I'm ready.
Okay, that's cool. Then what happens?
Take it out like this.
Right?
I got it all figured out. I got it put in the sheath the right way so the sharp end is here.
Right?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
I go up behind him.
Go ahead, show me.
Grab him like this.
Right?
I take him like this.
Right? And you let it have it.
Yes.
Then what do you
I
do?
hold him like this.
Okay.
Spurting.
Right.
Spurting.
Okay, good.
Okay. And he's starting to sink down.
Okay, then what happens? You let him have it like that?
One more time.
Then what
He
happens?
goes down. He goes all the way down.
All the way down?
Okay, you guys get the point. That guy is pure evil. And that is what the victims saw. That's what the victims saw. And if you guys want to see that, it's in the playlist below, on our channel, Interview with Brandon Wilson.
I think
I've
one of the
been-
points, go ahead. No, I think one of the points you're making here is just because people on YouTube say that they've been involved or talked to a killer in prison or were involved in a case, ask questions, dig a little deeper. There's a lot of phonies out there. Obviously, Chris is forthright. You know what he's done. Our material's all on our channel. The videos are there. And so, and I think that's an important distinction. There's, a lot of noise, a lot of talk. Other people on YouTube like to say, oh, I've, done all these cases. No, you haven't. No, you haven't at all. And again, Chris making the point, just because somebody walks into prison to interview somebody after they've been put in there, in law enforcement or academia, doesn't mean that they were involved in any of the hard work to put them there. So I give Chris all the credit for putting guys like Brandon Wilson on death row, and to the law enforcement who worked these cases so far to where they're at. With the Bryan Kohberger case, there is this narrative out there that the prosecution didn't really ever want to prosecute this case. We're not saying it. It's already out there. It's a talking point. And, you can argue it either way. That's for sure. But the first judge, Latah County judge, obviously kicked this down to Ada County. This particular Judge Hippler, thank goodness, was a lot more law and order, a lot more common sense, no nonsense, etc. A lot of people, Chris, were asking if Judge Hippler can reject the plea deal here in about 10-ish minutes, 10, 15 minutes when we start. Legal experts have predicted that he won't. They have predicted that he won't, that he's already signed off on this.
Yeah,
But we don't know for sure.
Well, typically once there is a deal, and in that deal, the defendant says, I did it, I'm going away, but I'm not going to admit anything. Typically, the judge or the court will say, okay, I accept this. Now, Maui just brought me some attention here to the family page, so I'm on the family page here real fast, and let's see what their latest statement is.
Can you refresh it just to see if it's been updated?
This I just got here just now, so this should
Okay.
be updated.
It's okay.
Right here, right now, we dig our heels into the earth and carve a line deep in the dirt. This isn't justice. No judge presided. No jury weighed the truth. Thompson robbed us of our day in court. No negotiations. No jury of our peers. Not even the pretense of cooperation and fairness. This is a powerful statement, folks. Cowardly men, gutless men, they scattered like roaches when the battle closed in, and Thompson. He's retiring on this deal, his shadow slithering towards the exit, leaving only the stench of his betrayal. No spine, no shred of honor. He didn't have the basic decency, the plain human courage to face the families, to meet our eyes and ask, how do we make an offer that works? Instead, Thompson cut his deal with the devil. His negotiations didn't require anything other than a simple guilty plea, allowing him the leeway to blame the same people you were paid to protect. You betrayed us, Thompson. Your deal fails to shield the innocent. You could have stood tall and made damn sure the blame stayed where it belonged, not on us, not on the broken survivors still carrying the weight of your repeated failures. This is our courtroom now, this moment, this stand. Our voices rise to every American who will listen. We would have provided protection for the roommates, the best friends, the fallen vet, God rest his soul, and every soul it affected in our shattered community. We would have carved our terms like sacred commandments, etched deep into the unyielding granite, a testament to those who've lost and the justice they've owned. First, the truth. First, truth, spill it. BK, every sickening detail only the killer could know, the kind that twists your guts just to hear, but turns every simpleton pro-burger against you. Second, you bear the guilt, all of it alone. You don't get to smear the survivors, the ones still walking to nightmares born on your reckless choices. Can you imagine what his victim impact statement's going to be like?
Wow.
This is powerful.
This is unbelievable. Go ahead.
Third, no cashing in our grief, no books, no private interviews with your ex-professor. Wow, he takes a shot at Ramsland.
Yeah.
No one, she's got to consider this. I mean, she really does. The family is coming after her directly and saying, don't you dare. That's what
Right.
Go ahead.
Because what the obvious question is, if she hadn't recommended him, would he have ever been at Washington State and on those campuses?
Yeah,
It's a question. It's a fair question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No cashing in on our grief, no books. No private interviews with your ex-professor. No one is allowed to study you because you're not special. You don't get to spit on our kids' graves by making this all about you. Only Hitler can step into the void, mend the wreckage. Thompson left in Latah so-called justice system. That is what murder victims' families' negotiations look like. It's ugly. It's raw. It's wild. It's anything but easy. And after watching Brandon Wilson and now reading this, I hope you understand the anger and injustice that this family is feeling based on just watching that one guy 5 minutes ago show how he slaughtered a human being. This is what this family is feeling and others. And that's why it's coming out now. He says it's ugly, it's raw, it's wild, it's anything but easy. Yet you, Mr. Thompson, didn't even bother to negotiate with us. And this is all we have left. There is no more time for us to wait for you to make a stand. So we stand in your place.
Wow.
Kaylee Jade, we love you, baby. You deserve better than this justice system. Your soul is not Thompson's bargaining chip. We do not accept his plea deal signed in your name. We're screaming for you as loud as we can, Kaylee Jade. It's better than this. This is our last shot. Judge Hitler, you are the only hope that our child murderer isn't granted control over his destiny in our children's names. You take control of this deal and make it right because you own it. That
Wow.
is powerful from Steve and Christy. Wow. Wow. Man. That is powerful. Man.
Your heart just, it's wrenched, feeling what the family is feeling. And they speak for probably a couple of other families, maybe not all the families. We don't know yet. No, I mean, this, you can feel just that unbearable grief right under their outrage for what's going on, for this plea deal. They wanted their day in court. They wanted the death penalty. Even if they weren't going to get the death penalty, they wanted their day in court.
Yeah, I mean, that is beyond a victim impact statement. That is beyond a victim impact statement.
Chris, have you ever seen murder victim families deliver something like that?
Not like that, but I mean, you've been there and where families have just been destroyed because of the actions of the perpetrators. And I remember, just a family from St. Louis, their son was killed. And during the victim impact statement, the anger in that room for justice was just so powerful.
Let me interrupt you just for a second. We've
Sure.
got just 2 minutes before we're going to switch over to the live camera, the live stream in the courtroom for this hearing. They made a very, very interesting point. It's a fine point to bring up. They feel like the justice system in Latah County has failed them. And that's a whole separate show. We've covered all this stuff from, again, tearing down the crime scene, getting rid of that. The the president of University of Idaho writes a book, one of the first books on this whole thing. Talk about making money off of these murders. The first judge, took him a year and a half, didn't even want to try the case, let the defense walk all over, in my opinion, the case, the system. Then they kick it to Ada County. This family has been waiting for justice, waiting 2.5+ years. And they were not even told. They were not told directly. They received an email with a letter attachment about this plea deal. So,
Yeah, it's a 50-50 split again.
yeah, but
It is. But and the question is always, were they? You don't send an email with a letter. That's why they're angry. These types of situations, you call everybody into the office. The district attorney calls everybody into the office. All the families in the same room. And you lay it out. I've been in this 100 times. And everybody sits there and you say, okay, this is what we're thinking. We have been approached by the defense because it was the defense that approached the prosecution. And the defense said, we will plead guilty if you take off the death penalty. That's what the defense said. Now, you take that as a DA and you pick up the phone and you say, meet us in the office at 1 o'clock or as soon as you can get here, tell me what your schedule's like. And you get everybody in that office, just like if they went to trial, they would all have to walk through the court doors together. It's not, okay, this family wants that, this family wants that, this family. What, are they all going to go at separate times to the trial? No, they're all going to walk through the door at the same time. And they should have brought everybody in, whether or not they like what the families are saying is irrelevant. It's their children who are gone. And yes, the state has to explain that in these meetings. And sometimes they're confrontational. Sometimes you get a family that says, no, I don't care what you do. I'm not on this team. And that's okay in that setting. Because then the other families who are all going to live the exact same pain and suffering can say their feelings to each other. And the DA sits back and says, okay, I've heard you, and we're going to balance this out. That's how you do this. And that's how it should have been done. Just like the gag order, just like sealing everything, judge, just like the guy in the university, the professor, the person at the university who wrote the book, who was meeting with the cops, in his chapter in the book that says, yeah, we had meetings and my communication staff, just like the decision of tearing down the house.
Chris, let me interrupt you for a sec. Just go ahead and refresh the court page. Just make sure that it hasn't started. I don't think it has. I know they're getting situated in there. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
All of that could have been avoided all of it. And guess what? Everybody would be sitting there today. Here's an interesting thing. I've never had a case where the victim's father did not want to come into the courtroom. That says a lot about this situation. And I don't know what he's feeling is he's projecting this, obviously, his anger and his frustration. And he has a right to do that. They have the right to do this. And the other families have a right. Ethan's families have a right to say, I just want to get over this. Let's move forward. Okay. Xana's family, her dad, no, I want this death penalty. I want them to go. And Maddie's family, I want this thing to go. Everybody needs to sit back and say, okay, let's talk about this. But then you have these one-offs that show up and say, well, here's my opinion. Your opinion doesn't count right now. Whose opinion counts is these families who are going to live every single day when the cameras are gone with the pain and the emptiness of a child who is no longer there. No Christmases, no birthdays, no grandkids, nothing, zero. And then there's this shift into, well, let's study Bryan Kohberger. It's crazy. It's crazy. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts.
So we are waiting for court to begin, for the hearing to begin. We have the live stream from the court that they are providing, and hopefully it will be momentarily when the live stream begins. So thank you all for being with us. We're grateful you're here. And leave some questions in chat. We'll see if we can get to them before the hearing starts.
Yeah, and Abigail, you know what we're talking about, as do thousands others, right? And it's this emptiness that creates itself, that it doesn't make any sense. And then you see, other things happening behind, the scenes, and you just say to yourself, my gosh, when does it stop for these poor victims? And guess what? It never stops for them. For the survivors, it never stops. Look at Bethany and Dylan. Those two young girls are going to go through life. They're doing life without the possibility of normalcy. And in the plea deal, it talks about, restitution for the families. How are you going to restore your child's life? There's no restitution. There's only victim impact statements where they get to say what they're feeling now, but we don't know what the impact is yet, but they will express themselves after
Chris,
all the other. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, the difference with this, and it's a very fine point, is that the family's victim impact statement isn't just about the crime and the criminal. It's about the system and the crime and the criminal. I don't know if we've seen that before, where the family was so upset about being left out of the plea negotiations, if you will, that everything that they've been really pushed to the side. There's so much frustration over how they were treated with all of this. On top of that, about the heinousness of the crime and losing their children. So I think that's just a very fine point here that just adds to the family's suffering. And we're seeing that in this very powerful emotional statement that they put out on their Facebook page. And you can't blame them.
No, yeah, well said. And it's going to be interesting to see. My prediction's going to be, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. He's going to just say, I did it. And the court is going to say, okay, do we accept this plea? This is going to be probably a quick 10, 15-minute process. And guess what? Bryan Kohberger at that point is an admitted quadruple homicide suspect.
Can we call him a serial killer at that point?
Well, no, I'm not going to give him that glory because that's what he wants.
Good point. Okay.
Right? But at the same time, he's going to sense, oh, okay, I'm better than Ted Bundy now because I'm still alive and I get to talk about this for years. They're going to put him in a little container in the zoo. Everybody's going to come to the glass and look in and talk to him. Okay. They knew. You know, this right there is a really interesting statement. I have never understood why they tore that house down. Have you guys ever, has anybody figured that piece of the puzzle out? You know, yeah, we can call him a mass murderer. He'll go into Dr. Gary Brucato's database. I don't think the feds can prosecute him because that would be double jeopardy. Today, I think once it's over, it's over. And he goes into his little container and everybody can walk by him and, like I said, stare at him through the windows. But that's what he is. He's an animal. You just saw that with Brandon. When Brandon walked into the courtroom, he had his nice, suit and his shirt and all this other stuff, but nobody ever wanted to watch that video of me getting how he demonstrated how he killed that child. At all. The jury did. The jury asked for that one piece of evidence. And when they were deliberating during the death penalty phase, they said, can we see that video? And here's the irony. Many people have come and said, yeah, I worked on the Brandon Wilson case. No, you didn't. You weren't there. But today they are, right? Lots of people. Yeah, I was there. Well, that's because they went to visit him in the container. So now they're an expert on him. No. I hunted that guy down. I strategized with many people on how we were going to interview that guy. I stood over the dead victim. But other people, that's their deal. And that's the frustration that the father's feeling. All of these other people that come in behind the scenes and say, well, this, blah, blah, blah. This is the father that goes home every single night, puts his head on his pillow, and he cries for his daughter. This is the father that when he sees his other daughter graduating, going to school, going into her career, is always stuck with that question. What would Maddie have done and be today? That's the pain that these families are feeling. That's the injustice of the sword of Lady Justice not being swung. Remember, Lady Justice has a blindfold, scales, and a sword. Here we go. Stand by.
All right, this is CR 0124316665. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, and Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoff, and Ms. Barlow. The state's present with Mr. Thompson, Mr. Horowitz, Ms. Jennings, and Mr. Nye. Here as well. Am I miss anybody? I'm sorry.
Ms. Allen is here as well.
Ms. Allen is here as well. Very well. Thank you. All right. We are here today to entertain a change of plea. Before I start, I want to address some issues of concern and otherwise. First, I appreciate everybody in attendance today being on their best behavior. Please, no outbursts or demonstrations. Any such conduct will result in immediate removal and may result in an inability to attend further court proceedings in this case. I want to point out that there have been calls by some for the public to contact me and my office in an attempt to influence my decision-making in this case. This has been extraordinarily disruptive for court staff and the ability for them to get work done, not only in this case, but in other cases where defendants are entitled to have their cases processed and frankly, as important, if not more so, for victims to have their cases processed in those cases. It's also highly inappropriate. A court is not supposed to, and this court will never take into account public sentiment in making an opinion regarding its judicial decisions in cases. Courts should, and I always will, make decisions based on where the facts and the law lead me, period. I have not read any of the numerous messages nor listened to any of the numerous voicemails that have been sent to me and my staff. Those have all been forwarded to security and, where appropriate, to law enforcement. I ask that you not continue to mount such campaigns or to send me information like this because, again, it is not appropriate and frankly not something I would take into account when deciding a matter in a case like this. I also want people to understand some very basic concepts about the ideas of separation of powers, what the court's duties are, and what the duties and the rights of the executive, or in this case, the prosecuting attorney, is. The executive, the elected prosecutor, is the sole authority in deciding what charges to pursue, including whether, as well as what penalties to ask for, and what penalties to pursue, including the death penalty. This court cannot require the prosecutor to seek the death penalty, nor would it be appropriate for this court to attempt to do that. This court, in considering a plea agreement, if it were to reject this plea agreement, cannot force the state to seek the death penalty. My role and power in considering a plea agreement is extremely limited. My role is to ensure that the defendant's plea is given freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. If those things are met, I can only reject a plea, such as the one in this case, where I'm not being asked to agree to the sentence in advance. I can only reject it, for example, if the defendant does not meet or admit to all of the elements of the crime. That is, I can ensure what is called a factual basis to the plea. Finally, I want to offer my apologies to all the families, including the victims' families, the families of the defendant, for the short notice for today's hearing, and I'm sure what must have been the hurried efforts to get here. I, like most everyone else, learned of this plea agreement Monday afternoon and had no inkling of it beforehand. Prior to that time, I was under the belief that this case was proceeding to trial, as had been indicated, and my staff and I were busy continuing to work on preparations to have potentially 10,000 citizens of Ada County come to jury duty starting in mid-July, with the questionnaire process in mid-July. It was, once I learned of the defendant's decision to change his plea in this case, it was important that I take the plea as soon as possible because of the extraordinary administrative efforts that were otherwise attendant to the process of this, getting this trial potentially underway on time, and including the significant process of bringing, again, potentially up to 10,000 jurors to come in and fill out juror questionnaires prior to the beginning of the voir dire process. And so it was important that we, if we're going to go down this road, do so expeditiously so that we can avoid those costs and expenses associated with that. Otherwise, if it was not going to result in a plea, or if for some reason the plea were to fall through today, that we could continue diligently towards trial at the time specified. And so that obviously required that we act quickly. And so some folks may have not had the amount of time that we would otherwise allow for them to travel here. And so again, I apologize for that. I want to make people aware that during the hearing, if you are to leave the courtroom for any reason, you will not be readmitted during the hearing. Also, when we finish the hearing this morning, I ask that the public and media wait in their seats until the victims' families and the defendants' families and others are escorted out of the courtroom before you start to leave. Finally, I want to acknowledge the trial court administrator and her staff, the Ada County Sheriff, and the Ada County 4th District Marshal Service for the huge lift that they've accomplished in preparing for and orchestrating this hearing today, as well as to all the security attendant today that you see, and some of whom you, many of whom you don't see, with less than 48 hours notice. And so I appreciate the hard work that they've been doing. Frankly, some of them while they were on some vacation prior to the trial starting and had to call that short. And so I appreciate very much their professionalism and dedication. All right. That said, let's move to the business of today. I understand the state and the defense have reached a plea agreement in this case. For the record, I have a written plea agreement which indicates in sum, the defendant will plead guilty to all 5 counts in the indictment, burglary, felony, and first-degree murder, 4 counts. The state and the defendant stipulate, that is, that the defense is not free to argue for a lesser sentence at sentencing to the following. The defendant on the burglary charge will be sentenced to 10 years fixed, and that the defendant on counts 2 through 5, the 4 counts of first-degree homicide, on each count would receive a fixed life sentence, all 5 of those counts to run consecutive to one another. Defendant, as part of the plea agreement, waives his right to appeal, as well as his right to appeal the sentence and his right to seek leniency or reconsideration of the sentence under Idaho Criminal Rule 35. This is not a Rule 11 agreement, meaning the court is not bound by the plea agreement and could impose a different lawful sentence at sentencing. The stipulated agreement between the parties is the maximum on each count. So theoretically, the only thing the court could do would be a lesser sentence at sentencing. But the defendant is not free to ask the court to do so under the plea agreement. Are there any other material terms of the plea agreement that the parties would like to make? Obviously, the plea agreement, the written plea agreement will speak for itself and be part of the court record.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very well. All right. Ms. Taylor, have you had sufficient time to discuss this case and all of its ramifications with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Have you discussed fully with him his rights, defenses, and possible consequences to him of the guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you been able to do all the discovery you feel necessary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you informed your client of the importance of providing the court truthful and accurate answers in taking this plea today?
I have.
Have you apprised your client of any and all offers and counter offers and answered his questions about those?
Yes,
Do you consent to the entry of the plea today?
I do.
All right, Mr. Kohberger, I need to ask you some questions this afternoon, or I guess it's this morning still. I do this to ensure that so that I am assured that you understand the nature of the charges to which I understand you're going to plead guilty, as well as the possible consequences to you of your guilty pleas. I want to make sure your plea is given voluntarily, and I want to make sure that you actually committed the crimes to which you're pleading guilty, because I don't want you to plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit. If you attempt to plead guilty today, but for some reason I don't accept your plea, then it is possible that your statements today could be used against you later at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And now while you're standing, actually, why don't you take the oath from the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter not given before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Kohberger, just to make it easier, you don't need to stand when you speak to me. I appreciate the sign of respect, but for convenience, you can remain seated, all right? Before I start asking you questions today, have you consumed substantive questions? Let me ask you, have you consumed any alcohol, drug, or other intoxicating substance that would impair your ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the possible penalties are for each of the crimes to which I understand you're going to offer a guilty plea today. They include on count 1, the burglary, a fine of up to $50,000 and a period of incarceration of up to 10 years in the state penitentiary. You may be required to pay restitution to any victims of the crime. Count 2, 3, 4, and 5 for first-degree murder. The consequences include a fine of up to $50,000, a period of incarceration of life imprisonment, which is a requirement of a sentence, that it be a life sentence with a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 10 years on each of those counts. In addition, you would be potentially responsible for a fine of up to $5,000 to each of the victims of your crime, to be enforced in the form of a civil judgment, to operate as additional punishment. This is in excess of any restitution or fines that the court could order. And again, you may be required to pay restitution to the victims of the crime. You would be required to provide, as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression, and potentially pay for analysis of those samples. You would lose any right to possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, the right to serve on jury duty, the right to hold public office, and the right to vote. Do you understand the charges and all those possible consequences?
Yes.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with, that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone, other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
And counsel, obviously there have been a number of motions filed to suppress evidence in this case. Other than those filed, are there any other motions that you felt were available with respect to Rule 12?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kohberger, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence.
Yes.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied with the advice you've received?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you to your satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
I have received a written guilty plea advisory questionnaire that is purported to be filled out by you. Did you fill that document out?
Yes.
Did you understand the questions that you answered in this document?
Yes.
And are the answers that are outlined in this document your answers?
Yes.
Are those answers truthful?
Yes.
Did you sign the document?
Yes.
And this document outlines many of the rights that you have in this case. Should you not plead guilty, did you understand those rights?
Yes.
They include a right to a jury trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to the presumption of innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They have the right to require the state to prove your guilt as to each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to confront your accusers and cross-examine witnesses presented by the state, including by utilizing the subpoena power of the court to accomplish that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand you would have a privilege against self-incrimination and a right to remain silent, meaning you would not be compelled to testify if you did not wish to, had you not pled guilty.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up that privilege and those rights that I've just outlined by pleading guilty.
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the state would have had to have proven at trial had you, to the crimes that you're pleading guilty to, had you, if you didn't plead guilty. Let me find the document. Hang on a second here. All right. So as to count one burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count two, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died. As to count three, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Goncalves, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count four, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count five, also murder in the first degree, that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
I want to also make for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Goncalves, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence as an overview would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing at his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also, we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow on Moscow-Pullman Road. This was the traffic stop of Mr. Kohberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Bryan Kohberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence would include a trial, video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway, just across the state line from Moscow. It would show a vehicle matching the description of the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m. Compiled surveillance
I don't know where that
the
other noise
investigators
is
put
coming from.
together
I'm trying to find
businesses
it.
and residents
I think it's somebody in
then
the
show
courtroom.
the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end, and then leaves several times. At approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the 3rd floor, and with a knife, killed Maddie Mogen and Kaylee Goncalves. The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Maddie Mogen's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the 3rd floor. It was on the 2nd floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were 2 other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, the defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom were to see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walinta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks it heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment, where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. It was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up. The defendant's phone then went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman, And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th of 2022, business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Kohberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Kohberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Kohberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI, who assisted immensely with this case, working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Mogen's body in the bed. Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court, in public, the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office. Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. We try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had been meticulously cleaned inside. And the state would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits that the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, excuse me, Mr. Kohberger entered the residence of 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted, and that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought, Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Goncalves, Ethan Chapin, and Santa Colonel. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, based on the state's proffer and importantly, based upon defendant's explicit admission to committing these crimes, the court finds there is a factual basis. Therefore, with respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Kohberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree, as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogen, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Goncalves, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Right. The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. Court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and
He's
finds
gonna
the
accept
defendant
the
believes the
plea.
plea to be in his best interest. I find that
It's over.
the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered. I'll continue the matter for sentencing in this case. I think it was mentioned on the call Monday afternoon, the defense wishes to waive a pretrial investigation.
They're not going to hold.
Yes, Your Honor.
The state also.
Yes, Your Honor, the state does not believe pre-sentence investigation is needed, given the evidence that is available. We want to, though, make sure that all of the victims have the opportunity to make statements to the court at sentencing.
They're not going to force him to say anything.
Certainly.
It's exactly what
both,
Kohberger wants.
The state and the defense may present whatever sentencing memorandum and other documents you wish me to consider. The victims will be given an opportunity to provide the statements that they wish to at sentencing.
All Thompson
Do we
did
need
was
more
read
than
the
one full day for
affidavit.
sentencing?
I do not believe so, Your Honor. We have numerous victims, and we have victims who share unique perspectives on this, and we want to make sure that they all have time to express their feelings to the court. But I believe that if we can start perhaps 8:30 or so in the morning, that we should be able to complete it all in one day.
Defense agree with that in terms of the time frame?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So as it happens, we have some time reserved in this case in July and August. The week of July 22nd is available. I don't know if that's too soon for the parties or the next week, the week of August 4 is available. Any preference?
Your Honor, we're prepared as soon as the court wants to schedule it.
The state, I believe, would be prepared on the 22nd. We've told the victims' families that we're looking at approximately those dates.
All right. So because of the plan to bring in so many jurors to fill out questionnaires, I had ordered that no other trials could take place in this courthouse the week of July 22nd. And so we will use that in terms of the sentencing date because of what I'm sure will be the significant interest of the media and the public and the logistics that will be required to make that happen. Without trials going, it'll be a lot easier to do that. So let's pick that week. Why don't we pick July 23rd with the idea that if for some reason we don't finish, we could continue into the 24th. We'll start at 9 in the morning. Does that give your team enough time, Sandra? 9 in the morning? All right. Any concerns with that date?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, sir.
All right. any reason why I should not rescind the non-dissemination order at this time?
You're right. I think that given the history of this case, it would be best if that remained in place through sentencing. So we have time to make sure there's the ability to completely answer questions. That would be the state's preference and recommendation.
We'd have no objection for the order to remain in place through
All right,
sentencing.
I will, at this point, the idea to keep it until sentencing, which time it would be withdrawn in order to give the parties the space and time to prepare to meet what I'm sure will be the deluge of media requests. That's at least my preliminary decision at this point.
As predicted
we can always
yesterday,
revisit if
the
it seems,
media
to
will
be,
pound the court with FOIA.
For some reason, I should. That said, obviously, I don't think the defendant, a bond was ever set for the defendant. Were it would be revoked. The prior order allowing him to come in civilian clothes is revoked, given his plea and no longer the presumption of innocence. And in fact, now the actual conviction for the crimes. He will continue to be held at the jail pending sentencing. Is there anything else today?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I assume that the trial date will be vacated
trial
and those
is-
4 jurors will be released.
The trial will be vacated, and I'm sure that the jury commissioner will get word to those that receive their summons that they won't be required to attend. So
Thank you, Your Honor.
that said, again, if you would all please wait for the parties and the victims' families and others to leave the courtroom before you do, I would appreciate it. And with that, we're adjourned.
Okay, so now they're on their way out. Well, let's see what's going to happen outside.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
switch over to the AP camera if you've got that.
Yeah, well, this is the AP camera. Yeah.
Well, that
and
we
then-
just switched off of the court's live stream. Yeah.
well, okay.
Oh, the AP. Okay, so maybe they're
I don't think anybody's going to say anything. Well, there it is right there. Hang on. Yeah.
yeah, let's go to outside the courthouse.
There we are. Okay, as predicted, Gary, welcome. It's great
Hi.
having you here. I'm going
Hi,
to go ahead.
Gary.
And I'll monitor this on the outside for now, and I'll come in if something is going there. But couple of things, couple of predictions.
Chris, can I point something out that I don't think anyone else has realized?
Yeah, let's do it, Gary. What do you got?
Today is July 2nd. July 2nd, 1986 was the day they permanently stayed Bundy's execution for the Chi Omega house.
You've got to be kidding me.
July 2nd, 1986, the 11th Circuit stayed the execution for Chi Omega. He was executed later, but they stayed him on July 2nd, 1986. It's the anniversary of the day they stayed Bundy's execution for breaking into a sorority house and killing those women. I can't
So-
understand why no one else realized it.
Well, you just realized it as we've had a couple other. That's breaking news here on TIR.
Look it up.
When somebody takes credit for it, everybody point them back to this live stream. Once again, we're breaking new ground. Go ahead, Karen.
We also want to recap for maybe those who are just coming in
Yeah.
or who didn't get to watch the whole hearing. So it was less than an hour, and it started with the judge scolding people, calling it highly inappropriate for the public to have weighed in about the plea deal with him to his office ahead of time. That goes
Okay,
away.
wait a minute.
We
Steve is walking up to the mic here. Let's see what's going to
Okay.
happen here. Oh no, he's walking into the courtroom now that it's over.
Yeah. Okay, so while we're
Okay, but go
watching
ahead.
that,
Finish your thought,
while we're
Kim.
watching
Yeah,
that,
finish your
so the judge, we heard Kohberger answer to these pleas, answer to the questions about his guilt, and he said a series of yeses, a series of nos to the judge's questions. A lot of you commented seemed very robotic. Of course, that goes in line with what Dr. Gary has shared with us about this type of personality. As of today, he's no longer an accused killer. He's guilty, so he's the killer. Also, I want to note a couple of things, and we're kind of skipping around here. When Bill Thompson, the prosecutor, stood up and the judge said, recount for us, basically summarized your case that you would have put on at trial, a couple of things jumped out. Chris, to your point, I think he did rehash basically the initial affidavit that the arrest affidavit that we had, but he said a couple things that I thought it was interesting, that the surviving roommate, Dylan Mortensen, said he was, quote, holding a container in his hand when she saw Kohberger exit the home after the killings. So that was interesting. We've done shows on the cylindrical, maybe container that we saw, and it's interesting that, yeah, from Maddie's room. So Bill Thompson said he was holding a container in his hand. So many questions. Also, he was noted how spotless, meticulously spotless the car was. Kohberger's car was by the time they caught up with him when he was arrested in Pennsylvania, obviously cleaned up meticulously. This jumped out at me, and I want to hear Gary and Chris, your thoughts. But the prosecutor said, quote, nothing of evidentiary significance was found in the Washington University apartment. Wait a minute. What was on his TV that the defense took? And what about all those pieces of evidence, including possible animal hairs? I have a long list of questions about what was in the apartment and what was on his TV, the fire stick that they found. Of course, all that's glossed over at a 30,000-foot view from Bill Thompson, just summarizing the case for the judge and the court. So many questions. So also, the sentencing is right now scheduled to happen July 23rd, 9 a.m. back here in the Ada County Courthouse. We will hear, they have set aside the whole day, so the victims' families will get to make full and complete statements to the court. Best part for me is that Kohberger will not be showing up in a shirt and tie. He was ordered, no more street clothes. You're back in your jail, orange stripes, your orange suit, whatever that may be. So those were a few takeaways from the hearing. Chris?
excellent recap. I'm trying to find a live stream on the news.
Okay. All right. Well, then
I'm not seeing it.
let's ask Gary. Okay, Dr. Gary, just give us what stood out with you the most from what the prosecutor Thompson was saying, but then overall, let's talk about the demeanor of Bryan Kohberger. A lot of people felt he looked robotic. What say you?
Well, it's very interesting because there were people in the chat saying that he looked as if he wanted to cry. I absolutely did not have that feeling. I felt that his affect and his demeanor, affect meaning the way his face kind of looked in terms of the emotional range, was totally consistent with what, I had said. I anticipated with this kind of personality that he would be very matter-of-fact, robotic, detached, and you would really get the sense that, he was talking the way a scientist might be asked questions about, having worked with a sample or something. He doesn't seem to understand exactly what he's dealing with here. I did not feel any remorse there. I was very struck that they went out of their way to say that there was no sexual incident.
Exactly.
That because I am absolutely convinced that that was almost certainly what was behind going in there, based on offenders of this type. I wish that they had taken the time to say, we don't know if that's what he was intending to do, but it did not happen, because it's going to give the public the impression, that that was no such motive on the table, and it is
Well,
almost
let's be honest with the public, right, Gary, as we always are. This DA mitigated what the totality of this problem was. All he did was read the affidavit. He didn't go into the fact that he had porn on his or pee on his phone of sleeping women, women who were gagged, all this other stuff, all of this horrific pee
drug.
information that he had on his phone. And we know it for a fact. We know this for a fact. And what Thompson did here is he opened the floodgates for speculation. He should have just put it out there and said, look, this is what happened. He's the guy that did it. Here are the facts that we haven't told the public. The public didn't know about the 15 or all the photographs of Bundy until Dateline did it. And here's what's going to happen, in my opinion. When the gag order is lifted and the media goes in and does their job, Thompson's going to look like a fool for not telling the public or the families what the truth was.
And also,
go ahead, Karen.
sorry, go ahead. Well, along those lines, where was the outrage? I didn't hear outrage. I didn't hear passion from a prosecutor about the heinousness of 4 young, vibrant people whose lives were taken.
Because Santa Claus started to cry towards the end.
What the heck was that?
That tells you everything you need to know about how this prosecution was handled and why these families are so upset, because it was emotionally driven. So my question is, where did that emotion come from? He's a prosecutor for 30 years in Latah County, and guess what? The university, in my opinion, drove this narrative right to the point where he can't even look at the world and say, by the way, he had all of this pee on his phone, all of these photographs on his phone. And guess what? He did A, B, C, and D to these victims. He didn't tell the public what it was like to stand in that room and feel the silence of 4 dead victims and smell the blood that guy sitting over there wearing a bulletproof vest and a white shirt and a tie was responsible for. What he did was, we got a deal. We're done. And they're going to put him in the container. But guess what the inmates are going to do? The inmates are going to balance the ledger. And that's a sad proposition.
Chris, while you're still talking, put up one of the last photos I sent over to you from AP that they're sharing with the media. We're going to try to, now AP, there was one pool photographer in the courtroom because all we saw was that distant shot of Kohberger at the table with his defense team. But we've got some close-up photos that were taken. I texted Chris a couple of them. The last one, well, he can just go through them. The last one is kind of interesting.
Okay.
And while you're doing that, I mean, it is that one. Let's look at that one. Where was the passion and the outrage from the prosecutor I wanted to hear the victims' names lingering. So the defendant Kohberger had to hear them. I agree with you 100%, Chris. This was passionless. This was, let's get it off the ledger. Let's keep moving. To a lot of people.
Look at
Yeah,
these
look at him.
eyes. This is the guy coming at you. And let's just use Xana because she was awake. Everybody else was sleeping. We
That's
know
right.
that now. This is the demon that was coming at these poor children. And what did we have? We have this vanilla retread of information we already knew. Okay. What Dateline did was their job and says, well, not only that, look what else we have. We have the DoorDash gal now saying, I sat right next to the guy. That's him. That was him. That's the dude. Okay. And now they back this guy into a corner. And what do we get? We get a sanitized version of the horrific crimes that this guy did. And what are we supposed to do? Wait for the books that he's going to control the narratives? No, the public has a right to know. That's what the First Amendment is about. And the fact that the prosecution stood up, not the defense today at the end, and said, Your Honor, can we keep the gag order in place till after sentencing? Because
From the prosecutor, that's crazy.
Yeah, you'd want the prosecutor. I mean, you would want the prosecutor to come out and say, no, this guy did A, B, C, and D. Okay. And this is the dude that did it. And this is where the family is upset. This is why they're upset. He just did to the public what he's been doing to the families. He just did it, in my opinion. And that's just wrong. It's wrong. The guy pled guilty. It's over. Open the door and now tell the public why he pled guilty. Don't keep playing games here that, it's, well, I'm worried about his feelings. I'm worried about other feelings. And by the way, I'm crying. There's no crying in prosecution. The Easter Bunny's coming and Santa Claus needs to get his priorities straight.
Chris, have you ever seen a prosecutor cry at the end of a passionless statement with 4 murder victims? I mean, have you ever seen that?
No, I've seen prosecutors walk out and say, I'm glad this is over. That animal now gets to get what he wants. Okay. The victim impact statements will be brutal. And unfortunately, they're going to be brutal, like Bob says, to the prosecution and the system. And they will focus on Bryan. But the sad part is they should not be focusing on the system. But they have left no option for the families. Because what he should have done is say, Your Honor, today we should lift the gag order and let the media do their job and tell the world what he's done. But he didn't leave that option open. He shut it down till after sentencing. And guess what's going to happen now? All the leaks are going to happen.
That's right.
All the leaks are going now, right? Am I right, Karen? You being a journalist for as long as you have, how many phones are ringing right now. And Brian Enton's phone has lit up. Dateline's phone has lit up. 48 hours. All the major news networks. Go ahead.
All the Latah County prosecution team did was kick the media circus out of the courtroom and into the public square, back out there. It's going crazy. The lid's off. Okay, that gag order should have been lifted today. There's no point of keeping it another couple of weeks. It's ridiculous. I want to go back. I want to make a very circular point here with you, Chris. This crime happened November 13th, 2022. 10 days later, on Thanksgiving, November 24th, I think it was, me and you showed up in Moscow, Idaho. All media had been there covering this. We filmed the crime scene. We walked the street around 1122 King Road. We talked to people. We talked to residents. And while we did so, we stood outside on the public sidewalk. You looked at ahead at the house at the crime scene. We looked down on the partially snow-covered ground, and you said, "Hey, there's a black glove sitting there." And I think from that moment on, we were very worried about this case. We were very worried that the 4 victims that we knew would potentially not get justice, and there could be problems. And I think that's a fair sweeping generalization to say. And we can walk through all the many things with this. You know, the public, tons of people in chat, people watching this. There's a reason why there's the families, the victim families, at least the Goncalves family, feels that Latah County failed them. Latah County failed the victims. I mean, we can go down the list, okay? The 2.5-year gag order that's still in place after he pleads guilty to the crimes. Ridiculous. Number 2, tearing down the crime scene, getting rid of the house. Again, we're going to talk more about this. This is not over.
That's the book.
And we have videos on this. So you guys, it's in our playlist. If you haven't seen them, check it out. We question how much influence that university, the University of Idaho, led by President Scott Green, had in trying to wipe away this horrific crime. But in doing so, they negate the victims' families, what they've gone through. And you can't wipe away facts and reality of a murder. I'm sorry, you can't. You can't PR whitewash it. Anyway, I'm going on a tangent here a little bit, but I'm just trying to get my head around from the beginning to the end now of this case and why so many people feel the way they do about this. Gary, what say you?
Well, I think what it is that when we look at Kohberger, who sits there like a sphinx and doesn't tell us what was going through his mind and has that mechanical alien detachment, what I think happens is that we experience a kind of numb, dissociative feeling, which we sort of pick up from him. And I think we walk away with a sense that this was totally pointless. We can't make a narrative in which we can even understand a human feeling behind why somebody might have been upset, might have decided to target somebody. Were they slighted? There's no human motive in there at all. The only motive that's likely in there is I wanted to see what this felt like, and I had some perverse fantasy in which I needed a couple of people or one person to play it out. End of story. And I think, that is so central in the New Evil. Michael Stone and I talk about this. It's so central to the offenses of the worst kind of people, is that the average person simply can't fathom how a human being could do it. So they go groping for words like evil, because you just can't get it as a fellow. And the harsh reality of this is there are people out there who are motivated by nothing but a desire to play out a fantasy, and that's it. And that's not satisfactory to the public. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear there's a human story to it. There is not. The only way to understand this is to put yourself into the mind of some kind of reptile that simply thinks I'm entitled to snatch somebody out of the world because I feel like it. Done. And to be honest, I think that if we were to hear the details of the meticulous planning and probably the enjoyment that followed the offense, we would all be nauseated and unable to sleep. I think we're not realizing what we are being spared in terms of the details. I have heard details of offenses like this for years, and they are unspeakable because you cannot understand how the person can, in the cool light of reason, plan the entire thing out, and then when it's over, feel nothing but satisfaction, like they're back on a pedestal. They feel great again. After these murders, people who knew Kohberger said, perhaps it was a coincidence, but after the murders, he had a spring in his step. He looked terrific, like he was happier than he had been in a while. What is that about?
Right.
We know
No,
that he had, you understand, Chris, what I'm saying here? That's not a human, we don't understand that as a human thing. And it's not going to satisfy the public to understand that. But the guy had a restored sense of his own ego after this. He stood in a mirror, gave himself a thumbs up. He called home when most of us would be up staring at the ceiling, horrified that the law might be on our tail, that the good Lord might have seen what we did. None of that. Imagine
exactly.
a dead alien conscience.
And that today is you are dovetailing into my point that the whole reason the First Amendment is in place is because the public has a right to know. They want to know. In the 30s, when Capone was mowing people down, the media with their flash bulbs was putting it on the front page of the newspapers because that is reality. And people, I think, if anything, can understand that. In Murdoch's case, when during that trial and the reconstructionist came in and said, you know what, this was the brain of his son hitting the wall. That's what you're seeing. The public said, oh my gosh, but we can deal with that. In this case, they have kept everything under wraps.
Yeah.
Which has not, in my opinion, given the public time to heal. It has frustrated this process, and it is creating these secondary narratives and, oh, Bryan Kohberger's been framed again, or, it really was the Army guy and the 4 other people that Ann Taylor threw under the bus, and that the judge stepped up and said, no. That's not what happened here, Ann Taylor, and you know it. I was hoping that Thompson would step up today and say, what she said was a bunch of crap, and here's the reasons why.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting gruesome details of crime scene, all that stuff. I was expecting him not to read the narrative, okay, of the first affidavit that 2 years ago came out, and then walk away and go, and then, Your Honor, can we keep the gag order in place? What is the reason for that? What's the purpose? I want to know that answer.
Yeah. No, I think that you're 100% right. And I think there is something so detached and mechanical about the way it was presented. It's almost as if everybody caught his robotic disease and everybody around him is speaking like some kind of alien consciousness without the heart. And, it's really interesting to look at, but it's also heartbreaking.
And that's the same behavior that was taking place when the university professor or president dropped a book. And in the book, he says behind the scenes, we're patting ourselves on the back as a university because we set up a communications team to meet with daily the briefings of the cops. To me, that's my world. I've never heard anything like that. The first thing I would have said as the case agent is, who are they? Well, they're with the university. Okay, get out of here. We're conducting an investigation that maybe somebody from your university killed them. Get out of the room. Have a great day. But in this case, no, they were part of the team. Who does that?
That was unbelievable. That was beyond amateur hour. And it was just way too, that not exactly how you don't investigate a quadruple murder case. It's everything you don't want to do. Speaking of the 2.5-year gag order, remember, we've talked about this so many times on our program. The reason you had leaks and you had the Dateline program and the other ones is because of their own gag order.
That's right.
It's we called it and we said it. Okay. It actually has the reverse effect of what you want. And you can't help but say, okay, well, we had this gag order for 2.5 years to preserve the defendant's right at trial. And we walk down this road again. The victims' families have been suffering the entire time of their unbearable grief. Okay. We're just watchers, third party. But we go through all this at the end of the day and there is no trial. Okay, then why the gag order? Okay, what did the gag order really accomplish? If the leaks from the Dateline piece that came out, and by the way, P.S., all that information was true, as we have said here before. So it wasn't inaccurate. Where does that get everybody at the end of the day?
Who bought the house? It was bought by 2 alum from UI, turned over to the university, who managed the destruction of the home. Wait a minute. What? I mean, what? Where? When? Remember, I did a whole show on the university's management team, their engineering team, being at the site, working with the contractor to destroy the house. This was make it go away. And that is, and all I'm doing is channeling the frustration, I believe, from those families, because I've sat with so many families that we've tried to mitigate, putting things together so that everybody walks through that courtroom at the same time. You know what we have here? We have 4 families that have been splintered. And guess who's responsible for that? The state of Idaho and that Latah County's DA's office. They are responsible for that because now Bryan Kohberger is already going back to his holding facility and he's turning to the jailers like he did when he was arrested, and he's inviting them for coffee. And he's having conversations with them about, and you know this more than anybody, Gary, he is loving this. And because nobody's heard or seen what he's capable of. They just see this, tall guy, and, he was a PhD student and all this other stuff. But here's the challenge that he's not thinking about. Where he's headed, okay, is into the pits of hell. When he crosses that threshold into the DOC and they say, strip down, bend over, okay, put this on, you get a special color because you're in protective custody. And by the way, don't talk to that guy, this guy over there. Don't go over there. You want a vegan meal? Sorry, we only have peanut butter and jelly right now. Thank you very much. We'll try to get you some potatoes. Okay. But go ahead, walk this yellow line. Don't step off of this yellow line. stand against the wall, put your hands there, yada, yada, yada. Okay. And guess what? His ego is going to get down to here for a little bit, and they're going to put him then inside of the bubble into the fish tank. And everybody's going to show up and say, Bryan, what did you do? How did you do it? Now, for you as a researcher, that makes sense because then you can teach law enforcement and help. Okay.
Of course.
But all these other people that are coming in and they're just going to sit there and, just like what's his face just went down to talk to Lori Vallow in the jail and then gave us a tour of the jail as, content. That's what should have stopped today by opening up what this guy actually did.
Yeah.
And that's why I showed Brandon Wilson before you got here, Gary, of what he did. And then when they saw him in court, they were like, oh, wow, he's weird. He looks a little weird. Okay. Right. But they didn't see what Matthew saw. Nobody has seen what Xana saw, what Ethan woke up to, and what the two girls didn't have a chance. They haven't seen it.
We got an extremely important piece of data when we heard for the first time, I think it is important, we heard last night about his behavior at school. And what I was most struck by is that someone who was painted as having an autistic condition, who would at baseline be peculiar and so forth, the way he was depicted is that, as a matter of fact, there wasn't the slightest red flag or clue about him, that he was intense but very intelligent and capable, and that one of the great pities of him was that it was really thought that an amazing career lay ahead of him. And I was very struck by that because I found myself thinking, well, then this guy is a master chameleon. This is a manipulative individual who can turn this off and on. And if that's true, why not bother to turn it on in the courtroom today? Look like you care. But imagine not even having the interest in doing so, if you can turn it off and on. And that bothers me enormously, because what it suggests to me is an individual who, at the end of the day, sees this in terms of himself. What am I getting out of this? What am I going to be able to avoid by doing this? What was my best move here? That kind of thing. I also thought there was a whiff of confidence when he said, yes. Like, in other words, are you guilty? Yeah. Yes. Crap. He didn't talk
Totally.
in the shrinking manner of a person who realizes his life is over. It almost feels as if he thinks his life is about to begin. He's about to be launched into some new world of being noticed and important. I mean, you could just imagine someone out there today is typing away his Wikipedia entry as we speak. I'm sure of it.
I'll guarantee you, and here's my prediction. It's the first time anybody's going to hear this. WSU and U of I psychology departments, criminology departments are going to be on this guy long before anybody else.
Wow.
They're going to be listen, awesome. I'm making a prediction because that's their alum. And they, either publish or perish. Okay. Remember, my son's a professor and my brother's a professor. I have two academics in my family. And so I understand. You don't think that if somebody from SMU psychology department rings his doorbell and says, Bryan, hi, remember me? I'm Dr. So-and-so. Okay. The other person is old news, in my opinion, in his head. He wants something new. Okay. And that you are going to be new. Okay? You'll get into
it. Go in and talk to it. Well, it's complicated because research with people that are in prison situations is very complicated because people in prison situations are a protected population. That's why it's so difficult to do forensic research. You think by now we wouldn't have gone in and done MRI studies of psychopaths and things if we could?
Well,
really
exactly.
hard. However, if you go in as a journalist or someone writing a book or something like that, you could do it. Although some people feel that that requires IRB approval too. But I'll be honest, Chris, that I am flooded with such a feeling of disgust about the whole thing that I want to banish him from my brain for a little while. I reached out to one of the family members to write a note of support and basically say, like, you're where my focus is at this time. And I really mean that. Yeah, I really, really mean that, you know. And part of the reason that I'm willing to go on, programs and things to talk about it is I'm trying to help the general public make sense out of this. I think people really are horrified. I also have noticed, even from people that I speak to clinically, that a lot of people feel that it's like a reminder about the unfairness of the justice system. And a lot of them are feeling that way about the P. Diddy thing today, too, by the way. I'm sure you all saw that. They're walking away with this terrible feeling of, what the heck kind of justice system is this? And it activates their own feelings. You know, I am a person who's got to be there for those people right now, you know, and anything that puts the spotlight on this guy. I mean, this guy is now a confessed quadruple murderer. You know what? He can wait for his spotlight. You know, screw him.
Well,
And you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know how else to put it. I just think the way that he wrangled the whole world into looking at him, I just don't feel like giving into it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, where did that question just go?
But we agree, Chris, right? What kind of justice is this? I mean, really, I mean, justice, that word, it feels almost like a mockery. And those families, my God, I mean, they were they were in a healing process, right? They have to somehow heal. This trial was going to give them, in a dragged out way, albeit dragged out way, a chance to slowly accept and process the reality of this. Instead, they woke up one day, got a letter. Boop, it's over. Have a good day.
They got an email.
An email.
With a letter attached.
Boom. That's it. Here's what happened. Have a good day.
No, and we talked about that before you came on earlier. That's not how it's done. That's not how it should have been done. But that's what's that's how this whole thing has unfolded here. Look, the judge was stuck. This is not Judge Hippler's problem today at all. He's stuck. Okay. And to answer that question, could the defense have set this date? Yes. They could have set this date. And for all we know, to Dr. Brucato's point earlier, this was the same date that Ted Bundy's, sorority Kyle Mega execution was vacated.
I mean, can you believe that, Chris?
What are the odds? What are the odds?
It's almost like you can imagine him chuckling. You can imagine him chuckling about it. I mean, it's the most fantastic coincidence ever, if it's a coincidence.
Well, and look, and the coincidence of where the first potential Bundy's victim was killed in the park, whatever that thing is, the name of that thing. What a coincidence. What a coincidence that he's studying TB and has the same type of P addiction as TB, the same type of victimology as TB.
Cosplayed as him.
And he dresses up cosplay as him. I mean, just go on and on and on and on.
But nobody else realized it, Chris. That's what's amazing to me. It makes me think that if Kohberger knew about it, it was a little secret to himself. It's the inside joke, right? Oh, you know what'll be a good alibi? The park where they thought that Bundy committed the murder, where they went in and asked him about the murder on the day of his execution, and he didn't tell them that he did it. Isn't that funny? See, and I want you to know, I had people say to me, come on, ridiculous coincidence. And then I went to people in the foundation who day in and day out deal with serial killers. And they said, oh, no. That's typical. Typical. It's exactly the kind of thing that would be done. It's like the last laugh. And I have to tell you, I'm on board with you, Karen, that we want to be careful not to overhype the whole Bundy connection. I think he just was somebody of interest that he was studying and had a special kind of dynamic in his mind with. Absolutely, we have to be careful not to overblow that. But my goodness, what a coincidence that Bundy's sorority house murders, the execution is vacated. I think it's 44 years ago today. What an unbelievable coincidence. And you heard it here first, because if anybody else hears it, they're going to report it as if it was their own idea. But I think it's fascinating.
And Gary, have we known? Go ahead, Karen.
No, I think it's fascinating too. Again, like everybody else, trying to wrap my mind around this. I share the same disgust, Gary, that feeling. I mean, I still have a stomach ache over this right now. I mean, justice hasn't been served. Again, our hearts are with the families. Oh my goodness. You know, their outrage is so understandable. You know, at the end of the day, I would say, don't send your child to the University of Idaho. I wouldn't support the University of Idaho, my opinion, power when it came to this murder investigation.
These are the other family members come on the screen.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if they're going to say.
Do we know who's
they're going to make a statement. This would be great if we can.
Do we know whose family this is?
No, but we're going to hear. They'll tell us.
I hope so. Ugh, this is the saddest thing to me.
Good afternoon. I'm Leander James from the law firm of James, Vernon and Weeks, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I'm a victim's rights attorney. For the past few years, I've had the privilege and the honor to provide pro bono representation for this criminal case for Karen.
Can't hear him.
The loving mother and stepfather had it.
Got a different station, Chris?
Continue to shower them with our prayers. We are grateful for their prayers, love, and support they have given us. They have helped us stand up for our rights. We are grateful for the prosecutor.
Every channel's having a hard time hearing him.
And his dedicated and caring team, including victim coordinators in the state, who have helped guide us through the sometimes and disorienting legal process. Thank you for all your dedicated, diligent, and tireless commitment to justice and the successful outcome reached today. We support the plea agreement 100%.
Wow.
While we know there are some who do not support it, we ask that they respect our belief that this is the best outcome possible for victims, their families, and the state of Idaho. Appreciate the difficult work you have done to balance the rights of all involved and to uphold the rule of law. You have had our prayers and support throughout this case. We send our love and gratitude to the many family and friends who have supported us, cared for us, and helped us to heal our open emotional wounds. To the good people of North Idaho, who have showered us with kindness and support, we thank you. We also mourn today with you the recent tragic and senseless loss of two brave North Idaho firefighters. We extend our prayers and support to you and their families. You are not alone. We understand your pain. For all parents who have endured the loss of a child, we know recovery is a long and at times an almost unbearable journey. But you are not alone. And there is hope and there is healing. We thank those in the press who have respected our privacy and the grieving process and the privacy and grieving process of the families of Kaylee, Gaga. To others in the press, we just urge you to do the same. With the many people across our nation and beyond who have reached out to us, prayed for us, and extended their kindness, you too have helped us in our journey to heal. I will now share a few words of my own. Over the past 2 years, I've been amazed and humbled by Karen and Scott's strength, endurance, and faith. They have uplifted me and so many. They founded a nonprofit to help others in the name of Maddie. They have been a beacon of hope amidst a dark and tragic time. To those young and bright attorneys out there looking for purpose and meaning in your profession, I invite you to join the effort of crime victim attorneys to bring victims justice with compassion, empathy, humility, and understanding. This case is not the end of violence. This case is not the end of lawlessness. We need your help to bring hope and healing to the innocent caught in the crossfire of life. Thank you all.
Karen and Scott want to share a memory.
Sir, could you just say your name one more time, sir?
Leander James, Lander last name.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so
Oh,
that
wow.
was the other family that says they're happy with. I still stand by that it wasn't handled correctly, because you should not have separate press conferences. You know, it should all be one big happy thing, and the DA should be in the front with all the families behind them. And the DA says, you know, what we saw, what we heard, what we witnessed today, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that's how you do this stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe it's just me, and I came from an area where we had a lot of volume and we did a lot of that. But I mean, Karen, you were a PIO. And for everybody that doesn't know, that's a public information officer. She worked with the police department, and she would set the stuff up, and the DA's offices, et cetera, have PIOs. Remember Jan down at the FBI?
So, yeah, so what I'm seeing here is little to no concern for the victim families. Okay. And let me make a couple points. Number one, obviously, this was all about a hearing inside the courthouse. Okay. I'm not blaming Ada County court folks. Their PIOs are actually quite excellent. They've been doing a great job. It would have been great to see a podium set up outside the courthouse. You can put it on the public sidewalk to make it very easy for the victim families to make a statement to the media. There's hordes of media right there. Okay. The media wants statements. They don't want to chase the families. There could have been a little more organization to hear from, like in this example, we're seeing Maddie Mogen's family. That's fine. If the Goncalves family didn't want to speak, no problem. Okay. The second thing is when Judge Hippler asked Bill Thompson about court dates for the sentencing, I wish I would have heard Thompson say, Judge, give me 2 dates. Let me take it to the victim families and let me get back with you this afternoon. And by 4 o'clock, we'll have an exact date on this. We didn't hear that. Okay. Now, again, this is a 5-hour drive from where most of the families live. It's a plane ride away. Okay. So again, those are 2 very minor things, but my eyes see that. And again, this is all about forgetting the victim families, right? Obviously, it's sentencing. Now, for sentencing, okay, which is a couple of weeks away. Right now, it's July 23rd. After the sentencing in the court, I would love to see a podium set up outside the courthouse to make it very easy for the victim families to walk up and to be mic'd properly so everybody can hear and make one statement to all media who are there. That's the right way to do it. I would like to see Ada County Court do that. They can easily help out. This is their circus. This is their ball game. They can do that. Let's make it easy for the victim families to be able to talk and make other statements to the media if they want to. They don't have to. Chris, as you said earlier, it's going to be brutal. There's going to be a brutal takedown verbally inside that courtroom, July 23rd, based on what we're seeing from one of the families on their Facebook page and their outrage and their devastation over being so frustrated to be left out of the system, to not have their voices heard, but probably most importantly, so many questions remain unanswered for the families. So
Well, and to
that's
your
what I would
point,
like to see
it's
on a
not over.
no,
We're,
it's far from, this is far from over, guys.
Steve
Far from
and
over.
Christy, and I think Xana's folks, the folks that wanted the death penalty, okay, this is exactly the why we're talking about this, and why I think it was a mistake to handle it the way they handled this, because you want to diffuse everything in that room behind closed doors. You want all. I'll tell you a situation that I can share now because it's going to trial. In the Miliete case with Richard and Mary Chris, they asked us, the Cold Case Foundation, to intervene with the police department and the DA's office because they were at loggerheads. Guess what we did? I went in there, I sat down with the chief, with the captain, with the lieutenant, with their PIO, and got everybody on the same page with the family. And the family came in, there were 15 of them, 15 of Maya's family. They had so many questions because they kept them in the dark and they were so frustrated. And guess what? We worked it out. To the chief's credit, to the family's credit. And guess what? Now the bad guy's on trial. And they're going to go to trial and he's going to be, put on trial before a jury. But the most important piece is the family is at peace with the process. And what did we just witness? We just watched a broken process present itself in different ways. One of the processes was just walk past everybody. I'm not dealing with this. The second was, well, we agree, and we want to thank the good people up in northern Idaho, okay, for supporting us and our opinions. Okay. So you have a fractured situation. That is not justice. That is not how this is supposed to work. Even P. Diddy's family came through the courtroom every single day with umbrellas over their heads in unison. Whether we like the verdict or not, they actually did it right. But in this situation, the most horrific type of problem, we now have a situation where everybody's going, well, who's at fault? And to your point, Karen, I think that's been handled like this from the beginning. Even when we walked up the street on Thanksgiving Day and we looked down and saw the glove, guess what else was there, remember? The victims' cars were still there. That was like 13 days later. And I remember standing there going, what the heck are these cars doing here? In my head, I didn't go out and completely say it right off the bat because I held it back because I didn't want to embarrass anybody. But I was straightforward in saying, why are these victims' cars still here? Would the suspect, is there a possibility of the suspect? And I gave the example of in the Tony Garcia case. where the cab driver was executed. He was shot from the back seat by the passenger 6 separate times. And when we got the car, we put it into immediately the cab. We put it into a processing area, as you know, Karen, where we had the facility, and we hit it with luminol. And all of a sudden there was this big water stain ring on the top of the cab. And I remember standing there with the criminalist taking notes and a couple other guys on the team. And I was like, holy crap, that looks like the bottom of a cup. And a dear friend of mine, God rest his soul, Dick Trotter, goes, hee hee, and he starts chuckling. And I'm like, Dick, why are you laughing? He goes, I have to confess. I said, what happened? He says, I put my big gulp on the top of the cab before we processed it. I said, you did what? And what he had done, he had gone to the local store, bought a big gulp, and was looking into the cab and couldn't see, and he put the big gulp on top of the cab and got down a little bit closer. The frickin' big gulp left a water ring on the top of the cab. But that's how minutia my brain worked and others. And I told him, you're going to write paper on that, and you're going to testify that you did that. Okay. Sorry, you made a mistake. And these are the kind of things that you can eliminate quickly if you pay attention to those types of details. And they did not pay attention to the communication detail other than one place. That was U of I.
To your point, that's a really great fine point to make here. They cared more about communicating law enforcement in Moscow, Idaho. That includes the Leta County prosecutors that we saw put on the booties and walk into the crime scene on local media. They cared more about keeping the university in the loop than they did about the victim families. Make a couple points here. Where was the victim family advocate from the district attorney's office? Okay. The state. Where was that person in dealing with 4 families? Not just one family, but you've got 4 families involved in this. Okay. The things that Chris and I are talking about it's common sense and compassion, the 2 C's that were ignored. These are things that are free, no cost, no, oh, we need an extra $1 million because there's a quadruple murder on an off-campus house, okay? It's inexperience and intolerance, in my opinion, of just not even caring about the victim families. It's really inexperience. And Gary, to your point, this amateur hour idea of, okay, great, it's a small town. No one's expecting a quadruple murder. But if you're trained well, I don't care how small your department is, when horror strikes and resources are brought in, you have to be able to have the complete package. And that means having the media savvy and the public savvy to know to join yourself with the victim families to the extent that you can. Because if they had done it the right way, I'm going to use Chris's example with San Diego County District Attorney's Office and the Maya Maletti murder case. That they were able to get that act together and to be able, so you don't have the families go out blasting the prosecution, which gives an edge to the defense and can tear down part of your case and can contribute to not the outcome that you want. And so with all the help they got, I'm going to put it at the feet of Latah County. They couldn't get their act together over almost 3 years, 2.5 years, to put the family. It's not even putting the victim family first. Their mission is to get a prosecution, put the bad guy away. Okay. But the victim family advocate side of this was non-existent from what we can tell. Maybe it was there. I'll be happy to revise my opinion if I see other facts, but that, at the end of the day, it ended up being the most important difference maker on this case. It's the whole reason all of us in the public, not to mention the victim families first and foremost, are walking away in disgust. We now have a very negative opinion of Latah County Prosecutor's Office, and change our minds. Show us, why should we be thinking anything different?
Yeah. Well, one thing I want to add to this extremely important series of considerations is that the curiosity of the public to fill in the gaps that were left open by the way this resolved is actually a problematic thing, because it's going to send people, the internet sleuths and people like that, groping to do terrible things. I mean, don't be surprised, for example, if crime scene photos leak and things that are absolutely disgusting happen. But in addition, people need to leave the people alone who were touched by this personally, because the desire for answers is going to make them do things like bother the Kohberger's family, bother the professors and people that knew him at school, bother the parents, of the victims, bother the brothers and sisters, and I really mean bother, like not allowing them to heal, accusing them, saying ridiculous things to them as if they should have seen something or known something in advance. And I really want to emphasize that one of the things that I think is really important that we learned when we got some insights into what this guy was like at school, that's really, really important, is because I'm an academic and a forensic and clinical psychologist myself. And I have to tell you that the thing that is most striking about this is I really think this guy would have fooled the best of us. There is something about this guy that I really think what would have happened is the average, even a person with all the knowledge that I have, I would have just thought he was a nerdy weirdo who had a future ahead of him. And that's what I think I really want to understand is that, you can't go back in time and say, why didn't anybody see the red flag? Because he was living a double life. That's the whole thing. He was living a double life with a secret world. And all the people that were touched by him, that in addition to the horror of this, they're reeling with the realization that a person right under your nose could be not who you think they are. Even Bryan's family has to come to grips with this reality. The families of the victims, I mean, of course, it's unimaginable. The people who knew him, who promoted him, who thought that he was intelligent and gifted. In other words, what I want to make sure the public understands is this is a tragedy top to bottom in every single area of it. And then to top it off, the cherry on the cake is that it doesn't feel like there's an iota of justice, and no one is going to be able to go to sleep at night and say, well, at least we got some answers. Because what it feels like is that this person who, with a chess-like kind of way of operating, gets to sit back and say, well, now I enter the pandemonium of offenders, and now I can yap away with impunity and embrace this. And I hope you guys agree with me that this is just across the board terrible for everybody. And the public needs to not attack these people. Leave them alone, for God's sake. I mean, Chris, don't you think? Leave these families alone. Keep
Gary,
them.
I agree with that 1,000%. But here I gave a lecture recently to law enforcement through the Cold Case Foundation about a paradigm shift. And in my PowerPoint, I pointed out, and I had a room full of 42 homicide detectives. It was in North Carolina at the North Carolina Homicide Investigators Association. I was the guest speaker. And here's what I talked about: the power of social media and the inability to not feed the beast.
Right.
That was the name of the lecture. Okay. And I told them right up front, things have changed, kids. You have to figure out a strategy of embracing the beast, i.e., this new social media. And I gave the example of the record industry in Nashville collapsing when digital formats came to the arena, and the ability of people to sit at home using a program from Apple called GarageBand and make productions as powerful, if not better, than what they were doing. And we have the same problem going on in law enforcement. We have and in the DA's offices around the country, and this is a good example. This case will go down in a teaching moment for law enforcement, in my opinion, as to not what to do with families. Not the fact that, we're worried about the blowback, after the effect.
Right.
Okay. I guarantee you that this will be a study case in DA's offices at conferences across this country where somebody's going to stand up and say, okay, what are you looking at here? You have one family not even approaching the media because they have their own media channel. It's called Facebook. And they're putting out their own messaging, okay, through their way of doing it. And that's Katie and Steve and their feelings.
Christy and Steve.
Christy.
Yeah.
That's their feelings. And now, oh, by the way, here's another one coming out of the courtroom, and they have an attorney expressing their feelings. Okay. That is a paradigm shift, because 10 years ago, 5 years ago, the DA would walk out with the families behind them and say, we are all in agreement that this was a good deal today for justice, for the victims, for these families, and we hope Bryan Kohberger rots in hell. Thank you very much. I'll take a couple of questions now. But today, we have to embrace this fact, and so does academia, quite frankly, because your peers are getting crammed with different opinions of whether they should have said or done or gone.
Or if there were red flags. I mean, that's just it, Chris.
But that's the point.
The thing I was so struck by when we heard his professor, Dr. Ramsland, talk, is that even if you were steeped in decades of experience, he slipped under the radar. And what that means is we have to figure out how to do a better job looking for signs. In other words, if you had somebody that came in and was saying overtly bizarre things, doodling on their test papers, horrifying images, or writing weird things, or what, of course we all would have known. Your head would spin how quickly that would be brought to the attention. But what's so amazing about it is, for somebody who's being depicted as being developmentally bizarre and incapable, you're talking about a person who managed to keep a secret, a double life. And that's right at the heart of this guy, and why I think there's the identification with Bundy. The double life that he managed to keep inside of himself, private, even from an expert. And I think that amused him, that he was able to outsmart and so forth in his mind. But the point is, I think it means he has to be learned. We have to, unfortunately, learn from him. I wish we didn't have to, but we must.
I agree with you. I agree with you that that I'm not questioning the fact that people can live the secret life and project it out everywhere. Okay.
Yeah.
However, when those people step up into the public arena, i.e., where we're at today, the world, and social media with everything, and then say, oh man, it's about me for a moment. Okay. Social media will eat them alive. They will eat them, because they're going to say, well, wait a minute. How did you miss this guy? How did you miss that piece of the puzzle?
Isn't it scary?
And why are you justifying it today? That's what's going to happen.
Well,
and the reason it could have been mitigated, in my opinion, and why I'm so passionate about Thompson not doing his job. He could have lessened the impact to your colleagues, professionals, who I also respect immensely.
Of course.
But he could have done it today by standing up and telling the world, okay, hey, by the way, this is Papa Rogers. This is hypothetically, if that was the case, this is the guy that sat in the room and carved Ethan's legs. This is the guy. And he could have gone down the laundry list and the world would have gone, well, no wonder they missed it. He's evil.
Well, Chris, what you're getting at, and it's very, very important, is that if this is a person who could chameleon and live this double life, it's essential for understanding motive. If you're trying to understand why somebody did this, you have to point out the personality structure and the idea of a person who is studying this thing, masquerading, probably also fighting his own dark side simultaneously, but learning how to do this. And the whole amusement of doing it under people's nose without them knowing it, it's about ego. It's about overpowering and dominating and controlling. And if you take that in conjunction with the perverse P that was on the phone, what on earth could be the motive other than all the classic stuff we see and the kind of offenders that we deal with? And I'm telling you, I have talked to people that personally knew some of the most infamous serial killers of all time, people who lived under the roof with them for years, and said they were the nicest person ever. I never could have possibly known it. I think that's the thing that is so scary about this.
Okay,
is
but
that we have to understand
that's
are
a great point. But I'm approaching this right as a colleague. I'm
course,
approaching
you know better than most, Chris.
But I'm approaching this from standing over the dead people.
Of course.
And saying, okay, I got to catch, and I said this early when we started this broadcast today. Yeah. I got to catch, is this a lion? Is this a leopard? Is this a, what kind of animal do I have here? Okay. And then once I catch them, I put them in that little glass container so people like yourself and colleagues like you can go in there and study them.
That's right. And stop it from ever happening again, if possible.
And this is why I'm saying today, Thompson missed an opportunity. I'm not saying he didn't have the evidence and I'm, crucifying him for that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying he missed an opportunity to bring everybody into the container
to educate and fill in gaps.
Yeah. And say, go ahead, honey. I'm sorry.
Well, and to both of your points, Bill Thompson made a point of saying this. He said in his opinion, there was no essay. So he really muddied the motive here. Okay. It's exact opposite, Gary, of what you're saying. He would have been a lot better off to say the victims were not essayed and then offer his opinion or whatever the expert opinion I was going to bring in was going to say this was essay motivated. He ran out of time. He, didn't plan well, et cetera, whatever. But to both of your points, lessening the crimes and then saying, well, there was no essay. So Gary, how are we supposed to know unless we listen to experts like you say, wait a minute, time out. I have a whole book of 200 of these kind of guys, and it's this type for what he did. Of course, essay was the motivation.
Well, and we also know that he was. We also know
it didn't happen.
I'm going to put something out because we also know when he was first arrested in Pennsylvania, he did some things in the jail cell that the cops saw it. They documented it. They made it clear. And this whole thing, Dr. Gary has been on the spot from day one. And I've watched you and I, Karen, we know Gary. But the public has never seen him in a professional environment where there's a wall of like 40 people. And we have Dr. Brucato, we have Ann Burgess, we have Dr. Simon. All of these experts are in there. and they all have an opinion. It's like the Mayo Clinic, going to the Mayo Clinic. And guess what? We all leave with a consensus. Everybody steps back and says, okay, we're on to something here. Thompson didn't do that. And I think that's where the frustration comes from the public, to where, you know, everybody is going, what the heck just happened? I mean, look at, you have the families walking out going, what just happened? And then you have another family coming in going, well, we agree with what happened, but we're not sure what happened. And now the media is going to come in right behind them and say, Your Honor, do not destroy that evidence. We want access to it. We want the photos. We want the videos. We want the information. We want the pictures of him and the 30, 40 pictures of Bundy on the phone. And guess what? We're going to make money off of it. We're going to have advertising off of it. We're going to write books about it. We're going to sell it. And we're going to tell the public that you didn't do it. That's the next phase. And guess what the victims are doing? They're now sitting back going, holy crap, I never saw those photos. Holy crap, I didn't know he had those photos of Ted Bundy on his phone, i.e. Dateline. Okay. They found out about all that stuff on Dateline. Imagine that. Think about that. Think about the power of that gag order and what the impact was to that family. No wonder Steve is furious. That's common sense. That is common sense. You know, as an experienced homicide investigator, I used to sit down with victims and say, okay, I can't tell you everything, but once it's adjudicated, yeah, the first call that case agent should have made was, once this plea deal was done, is, can I get everybody in the same room? And I'm going to ask you, do you want to see any of this stuff? It ain't going to happen.
Well, you're very sensitive, Chris, to make this point, because, you know, and I really appreciate the idea that, you know, because of the place from which you and I sit, we understand that balancing act between the need for information, for closure, for understanding, for the public, so that they don't feel tempted to go trying to snoop around and find things out themselves, and at the same time holding back things that are probably so bad that it would devastate the family. And I have to tell you, I really think what went on here is beyond bad. I think if we knew the meticulous details, I mean, there are things that I've come to figure out probably went on here that I don't say because they're just too upsetting. You know what I mean? Absolutely. And it's a really hard balance. What bothers me is, I do think on a certain level there's a kind of unconscious collusion with this guy to let him be a kind of sphinx and a mystery and hold his secrets and have things to kind of toy with in terms of transactional dynamics and all that. That really bothers me. But at the end of the day, when the smoke clears and you know, the case is gone onto the, you know, into history, and the family's attempt in some impossible way to make sense out of this and all that, what you're going to be left with is a guy that is just an enigma sitting in a jail cell that wants to yap, and a lot of people that want to be the first one to get him to. And I think once he opens up, we're going to see there isn't that much new under the sun in terms of crime. We're going to find out that he was motivated probably in the same way as all these people are. And that what is so deeply pathetic about him is he couldn't even do anything right. I mean, this was a big, failed, botched attempt to commit a perfect crime better than everybody else who did it before him. And he committed amateur hour kind of thing. You know, at the end of the day, he's kind of a loser. And that's the thing, you know, it's like, I wish that they would have taken the time to paint the picture of him as somebody who tried to do something and failed, who got fought off, you know, that one of the victims put up a fight. One of them chased him and the imbecile left the sheath interrupted him probably, and he dropped the sheet. In other words, to paint the picture that the victims, in the ways that they could, just didn't let this guy get what he wanted. He didn't get what he wanted.
Well, that you're
And
making
you
my
see what I'm
point.
saying? But don't you agree? He didn't get what he went in there to do.
You are making my point with Thompson today. If he
Should have
all he
pointed
did
that
was
out.
he reread the affidavit. Okay, that's what he did, and the victims in that courtroom, and the whole reason the father didn't go into the courtroom. Think about that. The most vocal father didn't even go into the courtroom because what he wanted to hear was what that wolf in sheep's clothing, to your point, did. And don't misunderstand what I mean by that. He doesn't have to see the autopsy photos. He doesn't have to, see the grotesque crime scenes. He wanted to hear the prosecutor stand up and say, that guy right there, here's what he got. Well, we have information that Bryan came to the house 23 separate times, and he parked his car in the back of the house, and then he went through the slider, and he went up to the third floor, and he killed the first two victims, and then he confronted, Xana, who had just gotten a DoorDash. That's not what he wanted to hear.
Reciting Dateline, actually, it sounded to me almost like they could have played the Dateline episode, except there was too much info in there.
And Dateline had more information than the prosecutor did at the hearing.
If Dateline didn't reveal the stuff about Bundy and the P on the phone, the public wouldn't know it.
Well,
they would think this was a closed box, right? That's what you're getting at, Chris.
What Thompson did was light the fire. Social media now will fill those gaps.
That's what I'm worried about, and they'll bother the people.
It's a no-brainer, Gary. It's going to happen. It's a no-brainer.
I'm disturbed for those families.
And Dr.
But it's his own fault.
In my opinion, will be part of that downrange. Here come the rounds.
Look, guys, if they had said gag order is off as of today, we are going to get with the victim families. We're going to provide the documents and information, whether it's before or after sentencing, but we care about these victim families. This all came together very quickly, took everybody by surprise. That would diffuse so much of what we're seeing. But the prosecution isn't doing that. Their choice.
That won't surprise me, Jen. That will not surprise me. And it will not surprise me one bit. That will be the next phase. And then everybody will be depoted. And then they're going to get all the results. And that attorney is going to drop it into the court of public opinion. And this is not over. The Latah County thinks this is over. This is just beginning, because they didn't do what they should have done and tell the public, we have captured Ted Bundy. And by the way, he killed 13 women or up to 30, and this is how he did it. And now everybody goes, wow, Ted Bundy needs to be executed. Okay. Instead, they've left that gap to where, the conspiracy theorists are all going to jump in. They're going to fill that gap. And then all of the lawyers are already lining up right now for Court TV, for Dateline, everybody, because this is over. He is a convicted, confessed quadruple homicide suspect. It's done. So guess who just got in the in basket? Okay. Latah County just got probably 10, 15, make sure you save all that evidence. Do not destroy it till there's a court hearing. And in sentencing, that will come up. And if Latah County, they're not going to be able to beat the the amount of lawyers that can be thrown from the media at them. It can get pretty overwhelming. Trust me, right? Look how many requests. Just go back and look at how many requests, motions to be in the courtroom were thrown, not only from mainstream media, but YouTubers. Not me. YouTube.
Well, and in prepping for the trial, there were 114 of us on a Zoom call with the Ada County Courthouse and the presiding judge, who was going over procedure for everybody who wanted to cover the trial. That was 114, news agencies plus YouTubers plus social media plus, right? So, well, you guys are going to keep talking right now. I'm going to go out. I do have to go take Buddy for a walk. So thank you guys for being here. Please stay and continue on with this conversation. We're going to be having many more conversations, and we will also obviously be covering sentencing July 23rd at 9 a.m. Mountain Time.
Yeah.
So
Who's your
I
dad?
got some news
keep
show
talking, guys.
on for
Thanks,
the next 2
everyone.
hours. So
Love you,
I'll
Ken.
jump off soon
Okay.
because I have back-to-back news stuff I'm doing soon. But Chris, yeah, I think we sort of said it all, in terms of what's going on here. But I really just absolutely beg the public to not try to figure this out by snooping, because now the logic is going to be once the gag order is gone, if they bug people enough, they'll get them to talk and crack the mystery and all this other nonsense. And I just think they need to leave these people alone. And it's all going to happen, Chris. Things are going to get leaked. Listen, I've talked to families that have had crime scene photos and things of their kids leaked or published, or it is the most.
It happened in the Delphi case.
Oh, it's so well. In that case, they were minors. To top it off,
That's the point, and that was to the point of at the lecture that I gave, where we talked about, folks, you guys don't understand it. We don't understand this anymore. This is a whole new media. This is something that, it's just like bigger than we could ever imagine. So therefore, what's the best way to handle this? And the best way to always handle it is go straight at it with this idea that says, this is what happened. This is the person we're looking at. Okay. He's a person of interest. And by the way, this was a shooting. This was a stabbing. She was strangled, whatever the deal's going to be. Okay? And you tell the public. Okay. If you want to see a great way of how this was handled, look at the Stephen Stearns case in Florida. That guy is a dirtbag. He's allegedly, I don't say allegedly, because he killed Maddie. End of story. I know he did. Everybody knows he did. The evidence points towards it. He's allegedly not guilty. That's the allegation here.
there's film footage of him assaulting the.
Well, yes,
child.
Exactly. And
But,
so,
we have to I understand what you're saying.
they have the sunshine laws in Florida. And guess what? He's still going to get a fair trial. Everything except for the autopsy photos and the crime scene photos is out in the public. All the interviews, all the things that they did, etc. And guess what? Nobody is questioning on social media, because they can go there and go, oh, look, here's the truth. Now they can argue whether or not they believe he did it. Who cares? That's part of the system. But this is why it's important to feed the beast. That's what I'm talking about. The more they hide it, the more curiosity media becomes. Trust me, I married an investigative journalist, and I used to watch her and go, wow, did that dude really say that to you behind the scenes? Yeah, he did. Holy cow. You know what's happening right now? And we said this a little bit ago. That phone, all these phones are ringing. There will be tweets this afternoon. Sources say, blah, blah, blah. Look at Bryan. Look at Bryan Enton to his journalistic insight. He broke the deal before anybody. Sources close to the investigation have confirmed Bryan Kohberger has taken a deal. Guess who broke that story? Twitter. Call coming in. Okay. Twitter. Two thumbs broke the deal.
Yeah.
Okay? If you're like me on Twitter, two thumbs. Okay? Broke the biggest crime story in the country in one tweet. Done. And guess what? That was on Monday, the same day the judge heard about it. That's feeding the beast. What I'm saying. Had the gag order not been in place, nobody would have felt compelled to do that. And now all heck is broken loose to where the family's going, it's true. That was their first post. It's true. We were blindsided by it. But guess who got it first? Bryan Enton. And you know what? That's his job. Gotta love him for that. Okay? And he put it out to the world. That's what he does. That's what he's supposed to do. And so if Latah County, if Thompson got up there today and thought, okay, I can go back to the North Pole today and it's all over. Okay. What he did was open up Pandora's box. He just lit a fire and walked away. And that fire, the fire department's going to be Steve and Christy and all the other families that didn't agree with it. And
yeah, but once the gag order is lifted, the people who have this information will monetize. Some of them will monetize probably because they have the info that everybody in the world wants.
Well,
they're probably going to say, "Come at me! I'm more than happy to share it." Because
the same leaker.
It's a big secret.
The same leaker that just leaked to Dateline just sold those photos to the Daily Mail. I'll put money on it.
I have no idea. I don't even know what photos you're talking about.
The Ted Bundy pictures of the phone.
Oh, I see.
The cosplay stuff. Guess what? That person has more. I'll guarantee it. They had the phone. And guess what? That phone is now ringing from the Daily Mail. Don't be surprised over the next couple of days, if not, a week from now, all of a sudden, all this other stuff starts flowing out. That could have been mitigated by Thompson saying, Your Honor, we did find 100, 200 photographs on his phone. Blah, blah, blah. He didn't even mention the information that Dateline put out where you were, as great as you always are, a guest. You're going on national TV because of your experience and your profiles, and you nailed this guy from day one. Okay. You're an expert.
It wasn't that complicated.
No, exactly.
Complicated. Right.
But here's right. You have from day one said to the beast, guys, this is what I think as an expert into this. Here it is. Okay. And guess what? You were right. 1,000%. And everybody sat back and went, wow, Dr. Brucato was right. He was right. Well, no kidding. There's a book over here. That one right behind me that not only legitimizes, but your career where you have what you do, you go into the fishbowl and you have been, talking to these guys and et cetera, et cetera. But now that the whole world missed this opportunity to hear about number 16 in the new evil.
I still think they'll get a chance. I think sooner or later, this guy, as I predicted for a long time, when given the opportunity, he's going to yammer away about, you know, what he was thinking and so forth. And once, you know, because now the mask is off, and because what else is he going to do? What's he going to do sitting in that box? And I think once it all starts to come out, I have no doubt that people are going to go back and say, it's fascinating how it was so clear from people with experience in this, what kind of person this was and what likely motivated and all of that. And, you know, this is the curse of being prescient. You know, I mean, it's like when you're a prescient person, you know, you have a kind of Cassandra quality. Remember Cassandra in mythology, that her curse was that she went around telling people things they weren't ready to hear. Well, you know, that you don't get any credit. And then eventually, you know, people say it, but they don't point out that it was said a long time before. That's okay. I don't care about that. What I care about is I want people to understand that these kind of people are under our noses out there in the world. I want people to be alerted that they need to be careful that not all is what it seems, you know, as Vernon Gayworth would put it, right? Not all is as it seems, as he's fond of saying. And that additionally, to put the focus where it really belongs. And I think you're 100% right with what you're saying, but I think it could have also been an opportunity to kind of shut this guy's ego down and to kind of point out to him, like, this is the result of your fantasy come to life. You get nothing. You got nothing. You're never going to get anything. Nobody cares. Bye. And then put the focus on the families and point out that the victims didn't give him what he wanted. He didn't get what he wanted, right? Well, you know, unfortunately, that didn't happen, and it added to the air of mystique about this guy. I'm glad they didn't give him a microphone and let him get up there and detail things. It would have been callous and disgusting. What would have come? I have no doubt it would have been presented like he was reading the notes from a scientific experiment, like listening to BTK or something like that. And you know, so, but Chris, believe me, that he will eventually start to talk, and he may even write. There's no question about it. He may even write. He may, you know, I mean, I've seen offenders that do that, right? That want to put their story out there. You can mark my words that after enough months pass, there are going to be true crime memorabilia websites offering items that he's autographed, letters that he signed, things like that. You can mark my words. And, you know, it's just a matter of time. I mean, what do you think? He's going to be one of those ones that experiences tremendous remorse?
No, I mean, look at those eyes.
I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. Well, yeah. Now, if I'm ever given the opportunity to talk to him, it's because I'm interested in him only like an entomologist would be interested in a bug. I just want to understand, right?
That's what I love about
a
you.
bug. And I'd go in there and I'd say, let me understand this particular mantis. Right. You know, there's nothing to do with that I'm interested in him because he's fascinating. I couldn't care less about him. But
we should call you Dr. Barracuda.
But I want to understand so that we never have to deal with this again. And my heart goes out to the families today in particular, who I could just imagine sitting around going, what the hell was that? What the hell just happened? You know?
Yeah,
I mean,
so let's answer this question here from Vet Girl.
Yeah.
What's your response here to her?
This whole time defense had all this info from Discovery. Well, first of all, Chris, we don't know how many secrets he kept from people, right? I mean, look at Bundy. Bundy told his attorney, you know, when he had attorneys, told them everything. I don't think so, right? And he pleads now. Was this his gross plan all along to plead, make the families wait and hurt more? Well, it's a really interesting point. I think what it is that, bug, exactly. He is kind of mantis-like, right? He kind of looks almost like a mantis, except that I don't think he prays in the P-R-A-Y way, maybe the P-R-E-Y way. But I think that what you have to picture is a person who is a control freak and who was cornered and needed one final way of saying, I'm asserting control, I'm asserting dominance. And he was given an opportunity to do that. And it was a perfect kind of dynamic because I think at that point, there was no need to kind of keep this anymore from the people in his family. And now it could all come out. You have to remember that with this kind of offender, there is a secret desire to close the gap between what they are in secret and what the public sees, right? And Michael Stone and I used to have these fascinating chats. I wish they were recorded, right? Like if you could all be flies on the wall, how fascinated you would be to hear these chats that we would have about all the ways that offenders unconsciously or consciously try to bridge that. So, for example, BTK keeping the snapshots of himself dressed as the victims hidden right there in the house, or Gacy keeping the bodies right under the floor, right? Or when Ridgway took one of his wives out to the field to make love, and on the other side of the reeds near the water was a festering body of a victim. There's a weird unconscious wish to bring those two pieces together and say, this is who I really am. I'm powerful. I'm this guy, right? And now I think the mask is off. And I think on a certain level, he's proud. And it's a disgusting thing to think about, but I think you're going to see that. I saw no remorse. I didn't even hear him say, I'd like to take the opportunity to say, I'm sorry to these families. Not even in a fake way. Not one word. Not he didn't. You think he's going to, Chris? After the statements from the families, you think he's going to say, listening to you right now, my heart, I really realized that these were people, and I'm really sorry. I wouldn't hold my breath, and if he does, the only reason he would is because he thought he was going to get something out of it. You know what I mean? Like, let me play the role right now. And that's what is so gross about it. It's like trying to get a mantis to say they're sorry for ripping a fly out of the air and eating it, or killing its own mate. Good luck. It's more likely to say, it's what I am. Sorry. Love me or leave me.
I totally agree. And
I hate it, but it is what it is. And yeah. So, what is Jamie?
No, I think you're 100%.
You agree, right, Chris? I mean, it's hideous.
1,000%. The only thing I would have done different,
you can't understand this guy, huh?
No, I just answering Jamie's question. The only thing I would have done differently is early on, like we talked about earlier, is I would have gotten everybody in the same room. I would have recommended to the DA that everybody gets in the same room before any of this went down the way it did. And they let them argue it out, i.e. the families, because it's their future. It's not the DA's future. The state has an obligation to prosecute Bryan Kohberger. Sometimes families don't like that. That's just part of the system that we're in. But it would have been good, and it would have been a positive outcome, I think. It would have been a much better outcome if everybody got in the same room. Everyone. And then they behind closed doors before the hearing today and say, look, we've been approached by the defense. They want to plea. And here's the reasons why we think that's a good idea. But unfortunately, in this case, based on what Christy and Steve are saying, is they received an email with a letter attached. So they didn't get a chance to say in an open forum, wait a minute, what the heck's going on? Okay.
Right.
We have feelings here. This is our daughter. We want to know.
Right.
That could have happened in a conference room at the district attorney's office or the police department with the DA there. I've had many of those meetings, and everybody could have shown up. Everybody could have voiced their opinion. Everybody could have said, we don't agree with it. And then the DA could have got up, and I've seen DAs stand up and write on the board, if we don't do this, here's what you're going to be facing.
Yeah.
The next 30 years, you will have to go to these appellate hearings if we win. And you always start out with if. If we get one juror, i.e. P. Diddy, where you have video of this guy dragging the victim down the hallway, beating the crap out of her, and a jury coming back and saying, yeah, but he's not guilty of this, this, and that. Oh, okay. So you never know what a jury's going to do. That is a risk whenever you go to trial. Both the prosecution and the defense know it. What I've seen DAs and Bob Gillian will know the name, Mark Patine and Greg Walden. These are great DAs that I've worked with. Summer Steffen, who's the DA in San Diego today, she's the head DA. Worked many cases together. I've seen these folks stand up right on the board. If we lose, this is what happens. If we win, this is what happens. Let's talk about it. And everybody in the room, all the family members, get to make the decision. And they will yell, they'll pound the table. They're like, this is not justice, but they got heard. And then the DAs will step back and say, okay, we'll let you know what our decision is. Thank you for your insight and your input.
Well, I think, Chris, I am really eager to hear the impact statement. And I think that the way that this happened makes me think that when they get up there for those impact statements, they're going to be like primed to pop, because this is too much emotion and too much happened too quickly that was unexpected. And I cannot imagine getting up there and not just being like, you're going to get it now, you know, that kind of thing. Or just being totally resigned and beaten and not knowing what to say beyond, you broke my heart, you know, you ruined my life, you know, you destroyed a beautiful soul, that kind of thing. But I think that this is it. I mean, this is the only chance they're going to get, you know, to kind of look this guy in the eyes with that smirk that he has and those, you know, the mantis face, you know.
Yeah, but here's going to be, don't you sense, Gary, there's going to be 2 targets instead of 1? I think the DA's office is going to get hammered in the impact statement.
Oh, it's an interesting point. Maybe the whole case is going to,
the whole system,
dragging it out for years just for this outcome.
Now that's not going to be everybody.
Yeah.
Right? That's not going to be everybody. Okay. But I see the whole process here. And we've already seen it. We just saw it today where Steve and Christy put up on their Facebook page, this is nuts. We should have not been treated this way. They've already saying it.
Do you think people are civilly seek remedies for things that they're upset about, like civil lawsuits, things like that?
I think that's coming next. Yeah, it's based on the anger that's being expressed, and the gag order will be removed, Ivy, at the sentencing hearing, at the conclusion of the sentencing hearing, and that's when
it's off. That's when it's all gonna.
That's when it explodes.
Yeah,
it goes boom,
and all the details, you know, start to come out.
Well, yeah, this is when all the leaks, everybody that already has it in their in basket, they drop it that day or the next couple of days, and everybody starts scrambling, and it becomes, you know, the Bryan Kohberger show in totality. No longer about the victims. See, the victims got justice. That will be the mentality. There'll be a paradigm shift, I think, in our culture. Hang on. Yeah, no, scream.
Yeah. It's just I have such a heavy heart today. You know, I you know, and Chris, you and I, in some indirect way, became part of the narrative of this case, and I'll tell you why. Because in addition to, I think, putting before there was even an arrest, getting a group of people together, some of whom are former, one of whom is a former FBI profiler, and putting ideas out there that I think turned out to be accurate about this guy. I think that we put the narrative out there that pointed to Bundy a long time in advance, that pointed to what is almost certainly going to turn out to be the true motive in advance. And then it's not a coincidence that, for example, Dateline and other programs saw me talking about things like that and said, how interesting. This matches exactly what we're finding to be true. And then had me, Greg Cooper, talk about it on the show, because it was like an incredible match of what we foresaw and what turned out to be there in the evidence. And I really think that that episode had a huge effect on the outcome. I really do, because I think it put out there a narrative that there was no way around it.
Well, and Gary, that's right. That's why we do what we do. And for as many years as we've been doing it, this just didn't happen because we woke up one day and said, hey, we think this is going to happen. This happened, in two different lanes. I mean, you've sat with these guys clinically, you've studied them, you've written books about them. You know more than anybody, that comes on my channel anyway, that says, hey, I can tell you this is the type of problem that you're looking at. And I come to the table with this practical application of Gary. When right, I would pick up the phone hypothetically.
You've met a lot of these people yourself, Chris.
But even before meeting them, you have to catch them. Remember, I was the dog catcher. I had to get them in the cage and put them into the container so that you could go and say, okay, well, what's the wires? But what makes us such a great team and colleagues on the Cold Case Foundation and many others is the fact that we have the practical application. I have stood in the room with 4 dead people and thought to myself, okay, what's going on here? What is happening here? I have picked up the phone, and Park Dietz, Dr. Park Dietz in LA.
Well,
I've called Park.
Very prominent in the
I've called Park at 2 a.m. Park, here's what we have. What does it look like, Chris? What's going on? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. You need to start thinking about this. You need to think about this. You need to think about this. So when you and I met years ago, it was just a natural transition of saying, okay, well, Gary gets the personality. I got to go find this personality. I got to go catch this guy. And it's just a natural fit. And I love this statement here. The devil is dancing today. Linda, as much as I hate that statement, I love that statement. Such insight that you have just projected here. Thank you for this comment. He is dancing today. And, I think getting back to my point a second ago, that's what makes us so unique in terms of the foundation. We have 167 people in the foundation that come to the table and say, look, I've been in that room.
And they do it for nothing, for free.
They do it for free. And by the way, I think we should pitch our book that's coming. We are both honored to be on the cover.
We're the editors, yeah. You mean the book we're doing for, well, it hasn't been announced by the publisher, so we can't give the name.
We're going to be
we
quiet.
Will say there is a book coming out that you and I edited, which is a compendium of I guess, essays or chapters by some very prominent people that are everyone in the foundation, each one shining, laying out their area of expertise, and intended for law enforcement professionals, mental health professionals, but also lay audience. I mean, the editing is making it legible by anybody. And I think it's going to become something of a standard text kind of a thing that'll go into many editions over the years. And all proceeds go to the foundation. We won't collect.
Maybe a 2-book series.
maybe a two
Possible.
series because it's long. I think there's 19 of us involved at this point. So, and it's all I do. If Kohberger didn't come along and drop a bomb into my schedule the past few days, that's all I would be doing. I was supposed to be taking time off through the July 4th holiday, and working on it. But of course, you know, he has a way of popping up all the time like bacteria that you can't get rid of. And well, he does. You can't get rid of him. You know, he doesn't want you to get rid of him. Doesn't he remind you of a little bit of the way BTK would do that? The way that BTK, when he becomes invisible, suddenly has to insinuate himself into everything and make himself relevant. He's got that same.
You know what was one of the most devious things about that guy is at his, you know, dog catcher job, he would open his drawer and all of the driver's license, you know, like Fox and everybody is in his drawer right there for everybody to see. He just pulls it open, kind of like the fantasy of, oh, hey, here's the dead people right in front of you and you don't see it.
Well, that's the bridging the bridging the split where you secretly want someone to find it and go, oh. Incidentally, Ann Burgess told me that in the serial killer study, the #1 object that was taken by serial killers from victims is driver's licenses. And one of the questions that I always wanted an answer to is, whose ID did Kohberger have in his little box? Remember they found that ID?
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't it be nice to know if there were other potential targets? Do you think that on that phone of all those photos of women that he was looking at, you don't think there were a couple of recognizable faces of people that he might have been targeting in lieu of this group? I would bet my life. And the thing is, there are women walking around out there that don't realize that they were spared the Grim Reaper because he chose this victim over that. But believe me, that I am telling you, there would have been other people that he was eyeballing, and because he was a troller. I think another disservice that was done was when the prosecution came out and said there was no stalking. Well, of course, he didn't meet the legal definition of stalking, but what do you think? He wasn't watching in some way? How else do you find out where a victim lives? What else are you doing when you make 20 some odd visits to the house? Looking at the stars outside? I mean, you know, this is nonsense. So that's semantics. So that bothered me, and going out of the way to say there was no sexual assault. Well, of course, he didn't complete it. But what do you think he went in there thinking about doing based on the pee that he was watching? I mean, that was I think he was inadequate and couldn't have done it. But that's the point. So I think that those are disservices in my mind. And they almost feel like they're designed to somehow oddly protect him. Why? Why?
Well,
And
that's the point. I mean, right? And that
time when there's more sympathy for the killer than the killed.
he should have taken advantage of that today and told the public, you know, it's too late. And but here's what's going to happen. The family is going to fill the void. When the family gets, the family will get the case. Their lawyers will get the case. And when that happens, this is why I feel so bad for Steve and Christy and just all of the victims' families, because they're going to get a reality check. Look, two families have lawyers. There's a reason for that. You know, most of my victims' families never hired lawyers. Okay. Because the victim's family doesn't need a lawyer because they have the state. The state represents the victim and the families. That's the lawyer. In this case, there are civil lawyers. We just saw one 15, 20 minutes ago, whatever the time frame was, stand up and go, I represent them. Steve's lawyer was gagged. Guess what? When that gag order is lifted, here comes a flamethrower. Okay. Of all the things that the public never heard about behind the scenes. And that's the sad part of this whole thing. It,
There's a
you
lot
know,
of sad things about it.
I know, but there's the fact that they feel like they've been, like, not only has their daughter been taken, but they've been taken too in a lot of ways from the state. And they're going to ask themselves, who drove this narrative? Why did this professor, this president of this university, get to write about our kids in a chapter in that book? And we can't, my attorney's got to keep his mouth shut. Who made the decision to tear the house down? And these are all the things coming in a civil trial, I think. It's all going to come. This is not over. This is the beginning. And you know how we know that? We can read the family Facebook page and we can watch the father walk away from the courtroom during the hearing, leaving mom in there because he's disgusted. And guess what? How many thousands of people in social media attacked him for being the father of a dead girl and a total savage killing his daughter, and all he wanted to do was fight for her?
Well, why do you think some people defended Kohberger?
That's a great question.
I think because some of them, not all of them, some of them are just contrarian or out to lunch or goofy or just like to make things more complicated than they are or whatever. But I think that there are some people who look into the abyss and they identify with it. They look at him and they think, he's me. And I think that they don't realize, I think some of them, it's not even conscious. But remember, Kohberger was looking at offenders and identifying with them, studying them, supposedly fighting them, but he identified with the abyss. He was pulled into it. He became the abyss. Remember Nietzsche? Whoever fights monsters becomes a monster. He who looks into the abyss becomes the abyss. And that's the thing. I think that's what happened to him. And, there are some people who are fans of him because they were getting sucked into it, into the darkness of him, identifying with him. They're birds of a feather, just like Lisbeth said, exactly. And so they did his work for him, like little flying monkeys did for the Wicked Witch. They went out like a swarm of flying monkeys and
That's
attacked.
a great analogy,
right? Just like the witch stands there and goes, "Go out, my pretties," and out they went, right, like a swarm. And they don't care that they were hurting this poor family. Didn't even dawn on them. They accused that father. Remember when this all started? I remember. I think I was the first person to say on a podcast when somebody made a statement about there being an accusation against the father because his affect didn't match what they expected to see in a person grieving. And I said, excuse me, people with PTSD or trauma, that's how they look. Flat. There's a mismatch. You can't make an accusation based on that. So Chris, this case, like everything else in life, every dark thing that happens, shows the true character of people. That I always say, don't judge a person until you see them in a crisis or a dark time, and then their nature. In fact, I think the whole world, the good Lord, is using the time we're in right now to show the sheep and the goats. Because in dark times, that's when you see what people really are. And looking back on this case, you could see the people that put their light and their interest and their focus where it belonged, and the people who got sucked into the darkness and acted like monsters. And some of them should be ashamed of themselves, but they won't be. They won't be. See? And so you look at what people do in the dark time. Chris, you know this better than anybody. That's one of the things I've always loved about you, is that when times get rough, you're like a bulldog in a person's corner. I've always loved that about you. Every time anything nasty happens, I got Chris next to me, right? And I noticed that. And and so that's how you know a good heart. And Chris, I know you've probably had a reputation for that your whole life. See? So that's something that I just want people to understand is look at the fruit that comes out of people, and then you'll know the kind of tree they are. And some of the things people did to those families, that's some rotten fruit.
Yeah, amen. And right? To one of your colleagues before you on the train to Auschwitz. And they're stuffed in there like cattle. And as they go past the town where he grew up, Dr. Victor
Frankl?
Dr. Victor Frankl.
Yeah.
I just choked for a second. And they're stuffed in there, and a 15-year-old is telling everybody the names of the towns as they go by. And Dr. Frankl, remember, says he hears his town. And he starts moving towards a little crack in the boxcar to see out. And as he's going over there, somebody says to him, "Is this your town? Is this where you grew up?" He goes, "Yes, yes. I'd like to see it." And that individual in the dark yells, "You've already seen it." And they pass. The next time the door is open, he's hustled into the line. That is the spirit I hate. I don't have enmity towards my fellow man. I try not to, but that is the spirit of evil.
Oh, yeah.
And those are the kind of things that you and I both stand for, that we have similar spirits, and that we try to do the right thing, and we try to lift those who can't lift themselves. And I think that's what this is about. And when you see it, you realize, okay, there's a time. What's my responsibility? My responsibility is to tell the truth. Sometimes it hurts, and you've told me many times that's why you get in trouble, Chris. Because I say what needs to be said. Sometimes that's a plus, sometimes that's a minus.
I know. That's why you remind me of St. Peter. Your personality reminds me a lot of that. No, if you think about it, you have a lot of his characteristics, actually. And Chris, I got to tell you, I used to work with Holocaust survivors because I found out I was very, very surprised to discover before my father passed from cancer, I learned that my father's mother was Jewish. That my father's mother was Jewish because she was the daughter of a woman who had fled from the destruction of the Jewry of Europe, and married a Christian, converted and tucked away that for safety reasons. And it all sort of came out. So then I got involved with the community, became very interested. And I learned things that really made me understand psychopaths. And one person said to me, just as a simple example, they said, when they came to my town and they rounded us all up and put us on the trains, they told us that we had to write our names on our bags to make sure we got them back. And they charged us for the train ride. They made us pay for the train ride because we really needed to believe we were going off to work. And another person told me that when they got to the death camp, they survived. But their family didn't. When they got to the death camp, there were a lot of children, and they couldn't get the kids to round up and walk to the gas because the kids were too young to work. So they had a clown. They made a prisoner dress up as a clown to sing songs and walk the children to the gas. There is evil in this world. And at the same time that was happening, there were other people who exemplified the spirit of goodness. And that's what I think when I look at things that happen, like this whole Kohberger thing, that's what I mean when I say people are divided up into sheep and goats. In every situation, there are the people that do the work of God and the people that do the work of darkness. they choose on the path to do one or the other. And in every awful situation, you see both. Unfortunately, the newspapers only concentrate on the goats and give you the false impression that there's nothing but darkness in the world. But I promise you, and you prove it, that there is a band of good people in the world. And it is the nature of people like that they get picked on and called imbeciles and so forth. In my note that I wrote to one of the family members affected by this, I told them, when this passes, if it will ever will, you are going to be your child's hands and arms and voice and heart forever. And when they do that, that's how they move past the darkness. And Chris, the reality is, you and I both know that when you're faced with something like this, you got two choices. You could get sucked into the darkness, or you could fight it. And I think these are strong people that in the name of their children are going to fight it and try to prevent other people from ever having to experience this. That's what you do. That's what you do. I think you've worked very hard to save other people from ever having to deal with the pain of losing a child, because you've gone through it, you know? And that's what Josh does. That's what Josh does. So that's what good people do. And that's what's going to have to happen here. Instead of concentrating on the person who committed the evil, let's now let the light break out of the darkness and try to heal. And I don't know how else to put it. And I will do anything in my power to help the families deal with it. But I just want to put it like that, so that we don't forget that what we're looking at is a microcosm of a cosmic battle between light and dark that's been going on since day one. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's it. This is the microcosm of it. And in the microcosm, the same thing happens that's going to happen in the long run for the whole world. In the end, the good will break through. Like when you try to put cement over over a tree, it'll break through. And in the end, the evil winds up in the pit. Well, that's where Mr. Kohberger is about to go. Chained in the pit.
There is no better way to go out than telling everybody, thank you for being with us today. That, what Dr. Brucato just said, is the answer. Aloha. We love you. Thank you, our mods, our subscribers, just everybody. Thank you for being here. God bless the families of all four of these victims, and may the rest fall into place, whatever that might be. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for being with us again. Thank you, Gary. Sure love your family.
Give me a call.
All right. Aloha.
Bye, everyone.
Hard working every day. I'm stressed out 24/7, babe. No timeouts. Wish we could fly away. You and I go to our favorite place. Oh yeah. Make special memories together. I'll be your company now and forever. I say we fly away. You and me go to our favorite place. Feeling the sun on my face in Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. I need a summer breeze, some fresh air to put my mind at ease. No cares. You wanna come with me? Me and you go to our favorite tree. Are you ready now? We jump on a plane now. We're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. Don't hesitate now. We're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away.